morning, all. This is your host, N Commander, and welcome to another live stream. And the echoing is real today. So, we have quite a bit recovering because, and one of these days I will have this music setup work where it doesn't go completely crazy every time. But that's not today. Anyway, today we are covering one of my favorite topics, NetWare. And really what it gets down to is I spent the better part of yesterday experimenting with NetWare, and it went interestingly. And we'll get into details. Can I just get a mic check from the chat? So, on Thursday, I figured, I haven't played with NetWare in a while. And NetWare is fun in the, oh my god, why sort of category. And what I've learned is that my suffering causes views. So if we switch to full screen view and let's get the logo. Oh, for those who didn't know, my logo is an actual QBasic program. That is not a recorded clip. It's easier for me to code it than it is to do video editing. So, yesterday I basically went through and collected a bunch of old versions of NetWare. And what I discovered is that the state of NetWare preservation is garbage. I wanted to check out Advanced NetWare 286, and what I discovered is that the primary archive for NetWare 286 is mislabeled because this is what's known as the ELS2 build. The actual copy of Advanced NetWare 2, which you can see has a lot of floppy disks. Actually, how many are in here? It has 50 floppy disks in here. Has disk corruption issues, and I actually had to go spelunking for the Internet Archive to find a copy of NetWare that was also corrupt, but corrupt in a different way that I was able to stitch multiple builds back together. So, Ditcher, we actually are going to dive into NetWare development at some point. I will probably use OpenWatcom because there is an upper limit to my pain and suffering. I actually found it. But yeah. So I had to stitch multiple NetWare builds together to get one working one. It was miserable. So I go for all that, and then this happens. So let me, I got, of course, I'm going to open this PCAP file because you need to see what went wrong, because this is an impressive failure. I mean, it takes effort for you to fail this badly, and this was all stuff I was just doing for stream preparation because I had this feeling that one or two things might have gone wrong and not everything. So let's open this PCAP file. So for those who don't know, of course it opens a new window. PCAP, which stands for packet capture, you might notice that there's something missing. Like a MAC address or data. And this is the output of PCM and 86box and VACRIM. I could not get the NetWare IPX stack working, period. I tried the NE2000, the NE1000, and I just got all these nulls. The only thing that worked was CUME, but CUME has other issues that prevent me from running the NetWare server. So the long story short is I found that PCM and all its related emulators have really, really big problems with its network stack. Holy cow, brain just went. So anyway, it's not the frame type because Jason Neozid, if you look at this, I have a packet that's all nulls. How do I have a packet that's all nulls? Like this takes talent to. Yes, so this is what I was doing all yesterday because I was determined to make a nice and interesting stream for you all, and instead I managed to put my head in a blender. So we are still going to install NetWare. We will not have working networking, but unusually on NetWare 2 we can do a non-dedicated install, so we can talk to ourselves without a network. And then when I finally fix this problem, because I actually do know to an extent what is wrong, I will actually do a proper video on Advanced NetWare, which will probably involve drinking. So yeah, to put it very bluntly, there was pain, there was suffering, and the end of the day is I was only able to install NetWare. I wasn't actually able to go anywhere. So, Ditcher, I'm going to... So, yes, I probably should weigh in this. Ditcher in chat made a comment that PCM development has been halted. I don't know the full story here. I saw what Sarah Walker posted on the PCM website. I don't know... Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized I'm clipping. I don't know enough to weigh in on this, but PCM is effectively dead upstream. There is 86box. There's Vartrim. I actually was thinking of using Cume because I know what the problem is with Cume and NetWare. It's related to how certain types of segmentation are done in the BIOS. It's a known problem, and it's a fixable problem because VirtualBox actually has the fix. So it will likely get fixed at some point because I know the problem. If nothing else, I just need to find 286. I mean, I've got the compact portable. You know, my apartment's a mess, but you can see the compact portable is chilling on the table over there. Let me go full screen. So as long as I find a 286 at some point, and yes, I know my apartment's a disaster, the last week has not been kind, and I'm just going to leave it at that. So that's VM view. We want to go back to full screen view. So the long story short is we're going to install NetWare. We're going to do non-dedicated server. We are even going to try and upgrade NetWare in place, which is probably a really stupid idea, but it's the type of stupid idea I can get behind. And if this all fails, I've got NetWare 4 or 5, or we can even dig into NetWare 3, although I did do the whole video on it. So on the whole, we could probably go with it. So Desker, my 486 is freaking possessed. I mean, that's really all I can say about that is Lovecraft's 486 has issues. Air Mask sample text. I would love to demonstrate NetWare 1, specifically NetWare for the 8086. It has not been archived. There are no known dumps of that. And Dylan McDonald, on the plus side, you're waking up in Tijuana. There are a lot, you know, there are worse places to be. So anyway, we have a manual for NetWare ELS level 2 installation, which is similar, but not quite what we're going to be installing. So do we want to just look at the manual, or do we just want to YOLO this? Because there's a lot that's going to probably go wrong, and you guys seem to like my pain and suffering. So just let me know what you want. Chat, let me know what you want. And Charles Doval, you just missed some context. I tend to start my streams a little slowly just for the stragglers, because YouTube notifications suffer from quantum uncertainty. So, okay. Anyway, I guess what we're going to do is the chat seems to want me to YOLO it. So, alright, so let's grab the PCM. So I did actually, and this was an incredibly painful process, if I can find where the freaking window went, I actually cleaned up my list of VMs. Look, there's only one there, not the 5 million that we had before. So let's call this NetWare 286. And we're going to go with an actual 286 here. I think we're going to go with an AMI clone. We'll give it 2 megabytes of memory because we're fancy business tycoons of the late 80s. We're going to be really extravagant. We're going to put a VGA card in it. We don't need sound. And let's put a hard drive in. Okay. Unfortunately, we do not have to do COMPSURF. And there's going to be a part of my chat that wonders what COMPSURF is. And there's going to be a part of my chat that had an involuntary shudder the moment I said those horrible, horrible words. So let's use a type 42. No, you know what? Let's go with a type 46, 152 megabytes, because NetWare actually uses up quite a bit of disk space. So 286 root. Okay. All right. So we want 1 5 1/4, 1 and 1 1.4. That's good. We don't care about mice. We do need to have a network card present, and the emulator just crashed. Oh, today is off to a great start because the emulator just went down in flames. Let's try that again. It did make the root image, so let me just save it. Okay, it did actually save that time. That's interesting. I can't actually select... Why can't I select a network card? Alright, so let me see here. I did just recompile this because I was having problems with it earlier, but apparently... Like, I should be able to select a Slurp network card. Maybe I... What is going on here? Hold on. Okay, so apparently this is going to break right at the word go because I can't even get the freaking emulator to work correctly. You know it's in a good... We're going to a good place when the emulator gives out. All right, fine. We're going to go plan B. We're just going to use... We're going to use PCM in wine. I didn't really want to do this, but I was kind of expecting to have to, so... Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah. All right. So here we go. I don't want to use 86 box for reasons. It's annoying. I've had serious problems with 86 box in wine. It works, but it doesn't work well, and I've had very strange behaviors with it at times. So even though we're not actually going to be networking, we are going to be needing a network card. So... All right, let's see here. Is that good enough? I'm going to have to crop out the menu bar. But, hey, look, we have a VM. So let me switch the VM view to that one. And then let me just do a quick crop. Hey, there we go. I'm a professional video streamer. So let's go into run setup because we need to do the run setup part of this. I didn't give this a hard drive, did I? No, I didn't. I'm a genius. I am a super genius. You know, you're going to install NetWare and you're going to forget the hard drive. Just how it goes. So let me actually put a hard drive in the VM because, you know, I actually want to know where I'm going today. Where is... Oh, I know why this went completely kafooey on me. Okay, hold on. I actually need... Let me go back to full screen so you can see what I'm doing. So, because this is running as root for reasons that I really don't... Because of, shall we say, deep magic. Alright, we're going to call this NetWare root. And it's a Type 46 drive. I actually wonder if that was... If any real Type 46s were ever made. And then that's going to reset the emulator. Wait for it. Then close that window. And let's go back to full screen. Okay. And there we go. All right. So far, so good. So let's get into the setup utility. All right. And then we choose our type. 46. And then extended memory. No, that was actually correct. So F10 to save. All right, and then I gotta just get the thing centered. OBS is just being problematic today. All right, let's see if we can actually boot. So we need to be using PC-DAWs 3.3, and there is an actual version dependency. This will not work correctly with later versions of PC-DAWs. You'll be able to install, but it won't work properly, and trust me, I learned that the hard way. So all right, let me see here. So we need PC-DAWs 3. Okay, so all right, we don't necessarily need to F-disk, but I'm actually going to do so because I want to make sure that the hard drive is actually kosher. No partitions defined. So this version of DAWs is limited to a 32 megabyte partition, which is going to get formatted when we run Netgen. So hopefully this all works. I'm not optimistic. In fact, I'm the opposite of optimistic. I'm anti-optimistic. So let me just do a format CS. and then let that run through the format. So the reason that we're dependent on the version of DAWs is that NetWare uses an interface called the network redirector. And there are there's 3 versions of the redirector. There's a really hacky version that they did for DAWs 2.0. And if we had working networking, I would be trying that. The version for DAWs 3 and the version for DAWs 4. You don't want to run DAWs 4. That's like the Vista of DAWs versions. There's nothing good there. Just walk away. So, all right. So we're going to go with DAWs 3.3, and I couldn't find a version that worked with large disk partitions, but fair enough. So it sees the drive. We can do a DIR. Okay, so we are all set to go. So let's talk a bit about how the NetWare installation works. So the installation process for NetWare is magic. And, oh, not this bug. Every time I think this bug goes away, it comes back. For this version of NetWare, installation is done in 2 steps. It's first done in, we need to generate what's called the NetWare NetOS, and then there's the actual installation step. And these are really different things. So I just put the Netgen disk in drive A, and hopefully this works. I've had a little bit. So what Netgen does, oh, I just realized I'm on the wrong view. I apologize. So I just put the Netgen disk in drive A. So we have here netgen.exe, and we have ninstall. What we're going to do now is generate the NetOS image, which has all our configuration settings. Everything in NetWare is hard-coded. And only can be changed by relinking the operating system. So if we run netgen, it will start the process. And the disk swapping will begin. Now, when it says any drive, take advantage of this, because I learned this the hard way, that if you don't take advantage of any drive, it will hurt. It will hurt a lot. You know, I tempted fate there, didn't I? I tempted fate, and fate made itself known. What went wrong? Eject drive B. Are you really going to do this? Did I screw up? Hold on, let me go into BIOS, because I probably just screwed up a setting. I really hope that's all I did. Oh, the Discord has a broken link. Let me relink this in Discord. So let's just do that. Let's see here. And while we do that, content, everyone. Okay. And we are live with NCommander suffering through NetWare Netgen. Okay. I just told everyone and you know what? I just also noticed we lost the camera because it's one of those days. This is fine. This is all fine. So, all right. So here we are. We needed to check the BIOS settings because I want to see what's going on with that B drive. I had that happen in one of my test installs, so I'm not entirely... Let's see here. Nope, that's correct. I really don't want to change this off the setting because it's going to suck if I have to use 5 1/4 DAWs floppies. Like, it's really going to. I could. Alright, let's see here. Did I screw up the emulator settings? Why did I, like I said, why did I get a drive error there? Like, if I got the emulator settings wrong, it shouldn't have... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I actually did screw up the emulator settings. Let's try that and see if that behaves. Oh, my cursor's stuck. Like I said, I've been having mouse release issues, so... Alright. Hey, Chroma. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, so... The disk image... So... I have that distinct feeling that it's going to be pedantic about the disk image type. Like, I have this horrible, horrible feeling about this, and I really don't want it to be pedantic about it, but let me see if this will behave. So let me put support disk in drive A and see if because if I have to actually use, okay, that actually worked. If I had to set the disk to 640K or free 60K, it would cause me more pain down the line because we won't be able to boot into DAWs once we finish the NetWare installation. So anyway, yeah, no, Samuel Wu, I intentionally want it as 144 megabyte disks. That's actually an intentional decision because I know this will actually work. So welcome to the NetWare generation and installation utility. So the way the installation works is insane. We are going to create a NetWare configuration, and then it's going to rewrite its own install disks, and that will become the new default. So because this is the first time we are installing, we need to do this a custom. And then we get this cryptic message. This is where the Netgen data is. We can do it from floppy disks, we can do it from a RAM drive, we can do it from a hard disk, which is deceptive because you can't actually use this to install, or if you already have a networking. I really don't want to try and set up vDisk, so we're going to go with standard. So this is now the network generation option. So let's go to select network configuration, and we start going through it. So now we need to put the aux-gen. The disk swapping has begun. So now the aux-gen disk goes in, because all this is going to get relinked during installation, or at least that's the theory. Good afternoon, Florin. I hope you're having a good day. I feel like the fail counter is going to come out during the stream. I don't know when, but it's probably going to come out at some point. So, okay, support disk. I thought I had the support disk in there. No, do I not have? Oh no, I have Netgen in drive B. Okay, I'm not losing my mind. So, no, so Tom Berg, if I copy to hard drive, it actually won't work. Trust me on that, it won't work. But I'm going to note something. I'm going to turn off the camera for a moment. Note that this correctly says that we're in 2021. Remember this, because this is going to be relevant later. So, all right, so now we're in the network configuration. So first we need to set operating system options. So we want non-dedicated so let me explain what the difference is. Unlike NetWare 3 and 4, NetWare 286 actually directly boots off the hard drive. And but unlike those versions of NetWare, you can run DAWs side by side, which is a real magic trick considering this is a 286, so there's no virtual 8086 mode. The idea with non-dedicated is that you don't need a separate machine to run the workstation stuff. Knock on wood. The downside to this is that it uses more memory and it runs on magic. Argabus, or I'm not sure if I said that. Argabus. It's not a NetWare it's not a Linux distribution. This is from 1987. This predates Linux because Linux was 1991. So we're going to go with a non-dedicated install, and I've never actually tried to do non-dedicated. So next is what are called resource sets, which basically define. Let's see here. Actually, I just realized that this probably is from my test install because I don't think these are right. So I'm going to actually just deselect these. We're going to do this all from scratch. So resource sets are things that are plugged into the server. So we have a VGA card. This version of NetWare predates VGA, so EGA is the closest thing. But you have all sorts of various options like a key card, a UPS modder, if you have a monochrome adapter, printer sharing, yada, yada, yada. So for what we want, we have an EGA card with no interrupts, and we need system. There we go. Don't load new one. Hold on. Select loaded item. And then the other one we need is we're an ISA and ISA compatible file system. So now we escape to save. and we go to LAN drivers. Okay, so this was actually one of my test installs, so I'm going to deselect this. So for network card, there isn't a lot of options. We have the IBM PC Net. In theory, it is possible to do something over communication ports, but I couldn't figure it out from the manual, and it doesn't help me because PCM doesn't support anything. Anyway, or it doesn't support anything with serial. So then we have the 3 other cards on the list, which are the NetWare Ethernet 1000, the NetWare Ethernet 2000, and the RxNet card, which I believe is not even Ethernet. I believe this is ArcNet, is the RxNet card. So we're just going to go with NE2000. So, and then escape to save. Now we get to select our disk driver. So first, we're going to just get this one off the list. And then select an item. So now you have to enter a channel. And you can see that there's 2 options. You are a PS2 machine or you're an AT compatible machine. We're an AT compatible. If you have multiple cards installed or add in multiple drivers, you can add up to 4 full disks, up to a full gigabyte of disk space. So, so the problem with VirtualBox is it doesn't support any of those network cards. There's no any NE2000 support in VirtualBox, and all the ones they do support are PCI based. I've never gotten it to work. I even had some trouble with NetWare 3.0, which is much newer than this, in VirtualBox. The thing about VirtualBox is it supports the funky BIOS mode that this needs, so it would actually work in VirtualBox, but I still can't network. It's incredibly infuriating. So I don't think we have any other driver options. Yeah, no, we don't, because this is asking for insert disk matching other driver. I don't have any, so we're going to abort, and hopefully it doesn't crash. No, it doesn't. So now we do configure. So basically you have to go through all these and just answer all the questions at once. So we have a color monitor, which is a weird question because NetWare doesn't seem to do anything with it. We're going to turn verify off because it really runs slow with verify on. That's a bad idea with period correct hardware though. And then we need to enter in the NetWare, the IPX network numbers. For this time, there's no frame types. This only supports the legacy 802.3 frames. But you notice that we have 2 networks. We have the Ethernet adapter here, and we have the non-dedicated server DAWs process, which is basically DAWs running in the background. So hopefully this all works. I have my doubts. And then I have to just enter the LAN configuration, which is IRQ3 IO base 300. All right, and that's everything. So save selections and continue. So now it's going to ask if it can do the generation step. More disks. I don't remember if it does it right this second or... Nope, okay. So now we're back at the main menu. And we have the option to link the operating system and link the file server. We're going to link the operating system. So... Alright, so the disk swapping is going to get pretty extreme here. So what this is doing is it's copying the files in the memory, linking them, and then writing them back to the install disks. The install disks are in fact modified during this process, so it is ridiculously easy to corrupt your install media, which is probably why I found 2 broken installations when I looked at this. So, there's only 55 1/4 floppy disks. How bad could it be? And this is where the lightning bolt comes, striking down, because So we do have NSnipes, which will get installed. It's just going to be me and myself on a non-dedicated machine, but we could try and check it out. I don't think we're going to succeed at doing anything. So. Yeah, and like I said, I have the manual, or I have a manual that's pretty close to the version that we are installing. So magic and ponies. And oh, look, okay, the disk swapping has begun. So now we need the object files for the operating system, because of course we do. So despite IPX being associated with NetWare, IPX can be used without it, which Doom used, and now lots and lots of others. What I remember more is StarCraft than Doom, and to a lesser extent Duke 3D. It was probably a token ring network, because we were doing it at a university, and it was right at that time period where Ethernet was starting to take off but hadn't fully taken off. So IPX was a competitor to TCP/IP. It's a full network protocol stack. That really its biggest difference is it does not run on the internet. In a lot of ways, it was a lot better than TCP/IP was at the time, because it was auto-configuring, it handled routing, and it didn't require Ooga Booga networking, which TCP/IP required until the late 90s, is the closest I can say with. So Gen Data, as a note, is the equivalent of the system disk in later versions of NetWare. So that's where your license data is held. So now we need to do the LAN driver. And we still haven't even linked the operating system yet. So we're still going. We are still going. So, yeah. And then in addition to IPX, there's an entire NetBIOS emulation layer, like I said, and the certified NetWare admins in my chat probably are, assuming they haven't run in fear already, know where this is, where I was, how much fun NetBIOS and NetBEUI emulation is. So, and if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Oh, and this is the part I love. See, it's now asking for the same disks to be inserted over and over again because memory. NetBEUI is the routability of NetBIOS NetBEUI is actually a little bit misunderstood, because it can be used as a framing protocol in IPX and TCP/IP, and there are notions of routing in it, but the layer 2 protocol does not support routing. So it's a little bit more nuanced than most people realize. Yeah. So, Rich Stellar, if I did the hard drive install, you would have to do it on, you would have a dedicated workstation machine to generate all these, and then it would write it back to the install disks for installation at a target site. Okay, apparently I'm being buffered. So, because I did do the hard drive installation in my test installs off stream, and it was fun and suffering and lots of suffering. So, okay. So, well, Ditcher, the fact of the matter is the disks hold 360 kilobytes of data each. This version of NetWare is designed to be used on systems where you're not even guaranteed to have a full megabyte of memory. So, let's put it all in relativity. You're not fitting a full floppy disk in memory and being able to do anything useful with it at the same time. I mean, the NetWare installation has this entire... Yeah, okay, I gotta put the other disk back. You know what? Let me put the other disk in drive B, so it forces me not to do this disk swapping, because this is just going to get annoying real quick. And we still have to do the second part of the install, which is we have to link vdisk, and we have to link COMPSURF. And no, we are not going to be running COMPSURF. I don't hate myself that much. Thankfully, it is non-mandatory with this type of install. Pietro, it is 50 disk images, 2 of which were corrupt when I did the test install, which I had to pull the disk dumps out of another one that was also corrupt, but corrupt in a different way. So yes, there are 50 disks. I think the install uses about 30. So let the disk feeding begin. I kind of wish I had them in real life, but my God, finding anything on old NetWare is hard. I'm lucky there's a complete enough dump that we can even install it. Yes, the disk swapping is real. Can you imagine if I was doing that? Just to put this in context, Soft Landing Linux was 39 floppy disks plus another 4 for DOS. So this is a lot of floppy disks on 5 1/4 disks. So, so technically, the IBM BIOS does support up to 4 floppy drives in the computer. It's just DOS gets indigestion with it. So, Personal NetWare 1.0 has no actual connection to the, or as far as I know, it's not based off the same code. Personal NetWare was a much later product that ran as a TSR for DOS. This was a very different beast, and I actually question how much things were in common between Advanced NetWare 286. Although I do, I was thinking about this morning. I did not DD these discs, Robert. I was thinking about this morning is that, I was thinking about Dungeons & Dragons. We had Dungeons & Dragons 1st edition, and then we had Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, and then we had Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition. And NetWare basically did the same thing. We had NetWare 86, and now we have Advanced NetWare 286. And then we had NetWare 3 for the 386. So was it just a big thing in the 80s and 90s that your 2nd edition was advanced? So, yeah. Okay, cool. So we just finished configuring the NetWare operating system. So now we need to link configure the file system utilities. Yes, we have more disk swapping to begin. That was just the beginning of disk swapping. I was born with the disk swap. Yep. So, Laurent, the problem is that I would love to show NetWare 86. It has not been dumped, and even if it was dumped, I will probably never see a key card in my life. Now, granted, it's probably not that hard to reverse engineer and remove the key card support, but if it's never been archived, I can't do anything with it. As a note, I did dump this version of NetWare, which was 2.0. It is tied for the earliest archived version of NetWare with Michael, I forget his last name, the OS2 museum guy. He dumped an incomplete version of OS2 2.0. I dumped this version, which is for PS2 machines. But I can't install that one because that one requires the IBM PCNet. It has no other drivers on it. It doesn't even have a relink kit, so yay. So, oh man, Neverwinter Nights. Are we talking about the original one on Quantum Link, or are we talking about the one by BioWare? Because they were both good. Although admittedly the BioWare one was more fetch quest than anything else. Actually, wasn't there a revival of that? Like someone actually found the source code to the Quantum Link Neverwinter Nights and the AOL one and revived it. I could have sworn I read an article about that. So, yeah. Well, Laurent Dupas, I'm hoping I'm saying that right. That's kind of what happened is a lot of people had these things at one point. I just dropped my charger, and they just never got archived, and they get lost to time. I mean, it's like the early prototypes of Windows 95. I mean, for a long time, those were lost to time until people found their old MSDN CDs. A lot of versions of DOS took years to surface. It's kind of amazing. I mean, I have a full set of NetWare 3.11 floppy disks and the literal pound of documentation that goes with it. Whenever you installed NetWare, whenever you bought NetWare, Novell killed a tree. Like, I'm not even being facetious. That's how much freaking documentation comes with NetWare. So, yeah. God, I really am nostalgic for strategic simulations because my dad used to do lots of war games. So we had all of SSI's World War II games. Like, I'm pretty sure we had a complete collection of it. Maybe not the very early stuff like Battleship Bismarck, but whenever I think of the SSI logo, I think of happier times. And now we are at the Diet Coke of the day stage. And for those that are wondering, the background noise is the fan, because I live in New Jersey and I live in a third floor walk-up that apparently doubles in life as a sauna. So if I just drop on the ground, it just means that we've reached max heat. So yeah, you know what, while this is copying, let me just give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about. So, books. At one point, I'm going to take a quick break and we're going to look at those books. But that is a complete set of NetWare documentation, specifically NetWare 3. So while these copy, let's go Droid Cam, and let me turn this to face my desk, and down we go. So get rid of the obvious product placement. So this is what you got when you bought NetWare. You got a lot of, and I'm going to go free cam here. You got a lot of dead tree stuff. You have the installation manual. Hold on. You have the quick reference guide, which is right here. You have the system disk, which is your license plus all the other disks, which are in the other package. You have the installation manual. This is just to install the damn thing. This is even how you use it. All right. I'm gonna have two piles of NetWare books here. The system administration book. I mean, that's a lot of book. The utilities book. I mean, heck, the manual for OS 2, which is all the way at the bottom, is pretty significant. And like I said, this is just to install and manage the thing. So, all right, so with that little segue aside, whew, my apartment is a million degrees. All right, so while we were talking about that, this is ready to swap disks again. So when you bought NetWare, you bought a lot of stuff, and I'm not even talking, and that's not even including the soft product. A lot of people that were NetWare admins in the day used to say that Novell, while they charged a lot of money, you got really good customer service with it. I didn't work with Novell back in the day, but I mean, I can believe it. I know what Novell was charging for NetWare. I mean, from what I've been told, NetWare's pricing got pretty similar to what Oracle became in later years. And, you know, because they were desperate to compete with NT, and I have mixed, so, you know, and so they basically started charging people more and more. I mean, I've looked at some of the price lists, and compared to, you know, NT is not the cheapest thing in the world. I mean, NT actually gets pretty fast if you need enough cals, but Novell's pricing was was pretty much an extra zero on the end. And I know a lot of people say that Novell was rock solid, but I dispute this recollection, primarily because the architecture and design of NetWare in many ways is no better than what DAWs was, because everything ran in ring 0 for fast performance. And it wasn't until NetWare 5 that you had the process isolation rules. That meant that any single application could just hang the whole thing in total. And based on my experiences, loading NetWare loadable modules is kind of like playing with fire. I mean, if you want to just take what came in the box, I found that NT for basic file sharing before you install things like Exchange is perfectly solid. So, yeah. So, I mean, it's really what it boils down to. Yeah, I mean, a lot of my... Shimizer, I probably butchered that. You know, a lot of my collection has come off eBay, and holy cow, you can feel the scalping from it. Like, I got my Commodore 128 and 1702 monitor for $350 with shipping. If you went on eBay for that price of that system, you'd pay probably double that. I got a ridiculously good deal on that. Because, you know, I don't, you know, it's like the LGR effect. Like, I don't blame LGR, but it's like, it's frustrating. And a lot of these, you know, like an actual Space Cadet keyboard popped up on eBay a few weeks ago. The thing went for $10,000. I don't care how much of a connoisseur of keyboards you are. 10 grand for a keyboard is ridiculous. So, yeah. So, I really want to do Oracle for NetWare. Like, I actually want to do that as a stream. So, Petro, that was $200 for the C128, a joystick, several books, the monitor, and a rebuilt PSU. It wasn't just the C128 by itself. So, with everything included, I got my money's worth. That it also included an SD2 IDC. So, that's what I got for that $350. So, yeah. I mean, yeah. I actually have a Corsair, but that's primarily because the mechanical keyboard market has decided that it's going to deal with space-saving designs, and numeric keypads are optional. So when I looked at buying a mechanical keyboard, because what I was using a Microsoft Rubber Dome board that had said goodbye 5 years ago. Really, it's... So I ended up buying a Corsair board. I'm actually, my daily driver is a Corsair K95 XT Platinum with Cherry MX Blue. And there's going to be people that tell me that blue switches suck, and people that are, and I say, I want my keyboard not to sound like plastic. I actually have debated taking this keyboard apart and putting Cherry MX greens in them, because frankly, blues are a little bit too light. That being said, I am not the biggest fan of Model M's. I think it's because I learned to type on a Model F that Model M's always felt like a cheap knockoff to the Model F. And because the Model F, you drop that thing on the floor and it might go through to the apartment below. I mean, that's what a Model F is. So, yeah. Yeah. So, I think that with the Space Cadet, it went for so stupid because the Space Cadet keyboard is legendary due to its reputation at MIT. Symbolics made quite a few other keyboards with those same Hall effect switches. So, yeah. Yeah, I think it's because I learned to type on a Model F is why I basically, why Model M's feel off to me. Because they look similar, but they don't. So anyway, we are the next step of the NetWare installation process. So I'm going to just describe this as this option causes pain in NetWare CNEs, and this one actually installs the operating system. I could run COMPSURF. We might be looking at a progress bar for a very long time, but apparently you guys like watching me watch progress bars. You know, I probably could do an entire YouTube video on NCommander looks at progress bars intensely. But I don't think I'm going to do COMPSURF today because I don't think I hate myself that badly. So now we go to NetWare installation, and now we need to swap disks to get to the next part of the installer. So, yes, this is a full... Okay, analyzing the system to determine the number and type of disk drives, and then... Cool. So Netgen is now deciding to do the progress bars. So I discovered that OpenLook doesn't have a progress bar. So all Sun did is they just used a vertical slider. So, okay. So we are now Advanced NetWare install version 4. We have an ISA disk type 48.6, which is correct. Channel 0, control 0, drive 0. Cool. So we hit escape key to continue. Drive is correct. Cool. So... let's select custom install options because this is probably a horrible idea. And I think, see, I thought NetWare would use the entire disk. All right, so let me see here. If I add a 257 and I give it the rest of the disk, bootable, NetWare. I don't think that's going to work correctly because I don't think negative 500 5 gigabytes is correct. Let me try 2. Okay, I guess it accepted that. Yeah, this is fine. This is not. We are currently getting to the point that I have not done the install previously, so okay, so bootable, that's probably NetWare's version of the active flag. So I think we need to leave this unbootable up here. So okay. This is fine. Save partition table. Nope, okay. So the NetWare partition must be the first partition and start on cylinder 0. Okay. Alright, that's fine. This is fine. Delete entry. So insert. Just out of curiosity, if I give it the whole disk, what happens? So I give it the whole disk and it now thinks we only have 25 megabytes of disk space. So this is fine. Alright, this is probably fine. So the actual disk space should be 255 megabytes. That's what NetWare tops out at. Or this version of NetWare. But apparently this is assigned in... You know what? I bet... Hold on. I have to try this. 1, 2, 4... I bet you that if we increment this by 2, I bet this one's going to work. And it does. And it doesn't. That amuses me far too much. We found that amuses me far too much. Okay, we're going to accept that. Save the partition table. Okay, so the next thing is the hotfix. This is what NetWare does with bad sectors. This is an emulated hard drive that is perfect in every way. And if the emulator if NetWare starts seeing bad sectors, it means that bad things are happening. So we can leave hotfix drives to 0. And now we can initialize a hard disk. So yes, do the initialization. File server, chat, give me some names. What do we want to call this? We could call it Odyssey 3. We could call it the Bad Idea Blimp. So I don't know. Let's see here. I'm just thinking what I want to call it. Hot dog. Overflow. I like overflow. I think we're going with overflow. Yeah, we're going with overflow. We can't do radioactive hot dog because there's no UI to put the hot dog on. So, okay. So now we need to create our NetWare volume. So this is just the sys volume. Okay, that's fine. It's what's amazing is how much this kind of didn't change all the way to the next version of NetWare. So now miscellaneous network, load operating system, load public and system files. These things should be familiar for your all NetWare installation. So I think at this point, return to previous menu. I think I just do continue installation. I think it just does the right thing. Yeah. Install networking software on the file server. Please be patient. So interestingly, this version of NetWare has online help and tutorials, and that didn't actually do the installation part of the installation. So I think we need to go back in there and copy files on. Like, you know, the actual installation system. I thought it did that automatic. Oh, maybe because I chose custom and it caused magic and magic. So Pietro, heads and sector counts would be printed on the hard drive itself. And depending on if it's the BIOS or the ATA controller answering, depends on what the range is, because translation geometry was a thing. It was not a good thing, but it was a thing. So, okay. Select custom installation options. Okay. Miscellaneous maintenance. Load operating system. Here we go. Set the flag for operating system load. And then load system and public files. I don't think there's anything else I need to do. No. Unless we want to do printer maintenance. But I think I'm fortunate in life that I don't have to deal with emulated paper jams. I'm pretty sure that there's people in chat that could make that a thing that would make me suffer. But, you know, yep. All right. All right, so now the disk loading should begin. Okay, so now it just loaded the cold bootloader, because unlike later versions of NetWare, DAWs is not welcome here. And then the floppy disk swapping does begin. I forget how many disks. So I don't know how many times we've swapped disks, but it's been a lot. So, Pietro, that option, so the reason that install operating system is separate is upgrade installs take a different route, and I'm guessing that's why it's non-mandatory, because if you need to descrew the partition table and then upgrade, I guess that's why it's separate, and then copy public files and system. I don't know. At this point in time, when you bought NetWare, it came with a really expensive man who set it up for you. So this user experience was something that most people would never see unless you were paid by NetWare. So I guess a lot of people really want to see me mine Bitcoin on a LaserJet 4. I'm going to have to buy a LaserJet 4, make it print, and then mine a Bitcoin on it. So you jest about mining Bitcoin on a printer with NetWare, but it's not as hard as you'd think, because PostScript is turning complete. All I have to do is plug the printer in and send a PostScript job from Windows. I don't even want to think about this. And Rosie McGowan, you can mine Bitcoin on anything. There are people that mine Bitcoin on old Apple IIs on a 6502. You just have to write a SHA-256 implementation as a PostScript document, and then just print the result. So yes, it is actually possible to mine Bitcoin on a printer. I don't know if I hate myself enough to actually do it, because coding in PostScript, it's like all the bad aspects of Forth and all the bad aspects of COBOL. That is what printing in that's what the PostScript programming language is like. So now we're just paper coin. Okay, so anyway, we're now copying data to the system partition. I'm going to put the idea of doing printing a Bitcoin out of my mind, because I don't really want to think about it, because if I think about it, that's the path to madness. So, yes. So, I should probably be commenting on this. So, L console is local console. Super Tutor. So, the NetWare installation was that you basically installed it, and you couldn't actually read the help until you have it fully working, because the help is an optional install. So, this is actually a thing. So, this is the tutorial program. And if anything watching Red versus Blue has told me, is that if you run a tutorial program, the next thing you'll do is kill church. There's probably someone in this chat that will get that reference. Maybe. I don't know. So, yes. I don't want to think about I'm still thinking about the great GPU shortage of 2020 that is still ongoing. No, no, no. Okay, so I'm going to have to say this out loud. Could you write a Bitcoin mining in New Jersey ML for the LaserJet 4? And the answer is no. Just no. No. I'm just... No. No. I'm sorry. Bitcoin is not a good thing. Like, it was interesting when it first came out, but it's now the stock market with less regulation. And everything that's bad about that. Like, ransomware is a thing because Bitcoin is a thing. I'm okay. This is fine. This is all fine. My chat is not trying to cause me to have a freaking aneurysm. So, if I was No, I don't want to think about Bitcoin on a PDP-1 because doing Bitcoin on a 36-byte architecture, doing SHA-2 on a 36-byte architecture just sounds painful. I mean, the PDP-1 is why so many things support Aucklet. No, just no. And again, no. All right. I'm not even commentating the install. You guys are hurting my brain so badly. No, someone already did IBM 1401 Bitcoin mining. Thankfully, someone has beaten me to that particular punch. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, Tom Berg, if I wanted to get an actual forge and make coins, then I'd have to make Dwarf Fortress references. I swear, I learned more about metallurgy by playing Dwarf Fortress than anything else known to mankind. So, incidentally, we're now in disc 3 of 9 of the public disc set. So I think we're about 10 discs in, maybe more. This is fine. This is actually fine. Okay. Cryptocurrency in general hurts my brain. That is, you know, like, on one hand, the math behind cryptocurrencies are neat. Everything else about cryptocurrencies just makes me cringe. Like, there's a reason why one of my best friends carries a small cinder block on a chain, because it has about as much relevance as the actual blockchain. Okay. You guys really want to just see my head explode. You really want to see my head explode. Let's see here. Create your own Linux-inspired operating system. Call it Ninux or something. It's probably a unique idea that no one thought of. I've had a really interesting idea for doing Linux. I have to wait for my stomach to be able to tolerate it because I'm going to have to do some serious surgery is the words I'm going with on this one to realize this. But yes. So Petro, it would be possible if you could retargeted standard machine language of New Jersey to target a PostScript runtime. Because PostScript is turning complete, so theoretically you could modify a compiler to generate PostScript code. So, you know, it's possible. It's probably not a good idea, but it is possible. So, okay. So the NetWare installation is still going. So, to explain how this works. So once we get NetWare going, there is no UI. There is no useful utilities. All NetWare stuff happens from an attached DOS machine, or in our case, the non-dedicated console. So, which hopefully will work. I'm really hoping it will. Like, I'm praying because, you know, I'm taking this as an act of faith. On the plus side, we have NSnipes. So, public 9. So, okay. Yes. Yes, it's all multi-user. It's, you know, it's all fun and games until someone pokes an eye out. I've been to quite a few. I've been to Linux Fest Northwest. I've been to VFC Northeast because I used to live out in Oregon, and I really do miss Oregon. So it is possible to emulate news if I want to run a Sun-free system. I mean, this is a thing that I could do. Like, I could really do a thing. So, system files installed successfully. Strike key when ready. Okay. So now we exit Netgen. Invalidcommand.com. Can't load command system. Right, because we formatted the hard drive under DOS. Okay, that was expected. That was, like, actually expected. So, in theory, if I reboot, something should happen. Now, the question is, do we end up in NetWare or no? So, alright. You must boot DOS before executing non-dedicated NetWare. Okay. I can do that. So, I'm probably going to have to get the manual out because we are now entering no man's land of stuff I haven't done before. So, let's see here. So, PC DOS 3.3. So, let's give it the old free finger salute. Okay. I really do want to check out Landman. Like, it's on my list of things to do. It's just the logistics of doing LAN Manager are slightly annoying. So, okay, so we've now booted into DOS. So, how do we start non-dedicated NetWare? I don't think I can do I think, yeah, it doesn't even see a C partition, which is expected. And actually, I just out of curiosity, because I realized that fdisk on DOS 4 actually knows what to actually recognizes a NetWare partition, or sorry, fdisk on DOS 6. So I probably have to put the system disk. What I'm looking for, let me go full screen. So on one of the disks, and I don't remember, unfortunately, I don't remember which one. NetWare. Hold on, which disk says it using? Oh, it's using the one in my retro folder. Yeah, that was not what I intended to use, but this is fine. So I think it's system, MDIR, system. I don't remember which, no, it's not system. It might be OS X 1. Yeah, there it is. See, that's NetOS. That's the file you need to boot the system. Is it? Yeah, all right. I think that's what we need to do. So I think I have to put the OS exec disk in. dir. That, oh no, it would be B. Net OS. Does it do anything? No, you're supposed to boot it off a floppy disk in this type of install. That I know for sure. So is it actually doing anything or is it actually hung? Nope, it asked for disk 2. So I think we're on the right track here. If not, we will get the manual out because, you know, everyone tells me to do RTMF. Okay. Oh. Not enough memory to cache volume 1, but it's starting up. Yes! We did it. That is Advanced NetWare 286 running. Sweet. So now if I type console, it should kick, or I think it's DOS. No, okay. I am actually still in the DOS prompt. NetWare is running. I don't remember how you actually get into NetWare. So right now it's running as a TSR. That or it stopped running. I think What I think I'm looking for is console.exe, but I don't remember what disk it's on. I'm currently, I think, you know what, I know what I gotta do. So right now we need to switch disks, and I need to put the shell generator disk in, because I need the net3 command. So let me explain this, because this is actually kind of interesting. So this is the NetWare client disk, and of course it's actually disk 2 that this is on, because nothing in NetWare makes good sense. In this version of NetWare, the shell, the client was known as the NetWare shell, and it was statically linked just like the operating system is. So you had IPX, which you can see we have an object file, and that was linked with the network driver, and then you have the net 2, 3, and 4, and that's what gives us the services. So now, since NetWare is running, if I run net3, it should, yes, attach to server overflow, because like I said, NetWare is running in the background, so it is serving the purpose of IPX.com. And you notice that our Y2K support has disappeared out from under us. So there we go. So now if we switch to F, I think console, yeah, okay. So console brings us to the Advanced NetWare screen. This is the NetWare 2.0 version of Monitor. So for those who know NetWare 3, this looked a lot different. So I think if I type DAWs, yeah, if I type DAWs, I go back to DAWs. So I don't remember what else you can do from this. Like, there's not a lot you can do here. I can down the server, I can look the monitor, and that's it. I don't, like, I was looking at the manual earlier. Let's go full screen, because I will actually, let's pull the book out, because reading is fun. You know, this manual is 632 pages, and it's really quite useless at telling you anything useful about NetWare. Like, you know, like, I mean, parts of it are actually useful, but then you get entire things like, if you're upgrading to versions of NetWare, here's this obvious thing that you need, but so forth and so on. So let me see what other commands we have, because I never actually get this far in my tests. Like, here's printcon. So actually, before we do that, let's go back to the let's just see how far we can get before we have to pull the manual in. So, and I'm actually going to run check disk. I want to see how much conventional memory we have, which is probably not a lot. Actually, I have 538 kilobytes free. That's actually quite a lot. I mean, that's really a lot, considering I have both the operating system and the shell running. So let's log in supervisor. Good morning, supervisor. And those driver layers are interesting. I'm used to login in public being on Z and Y. So, all right, so this should have changed. So we have the tutor program, which is basically it basically teaches you everything you need to know about NetWare. So yeah, but you don't need to be using NetWare. So DeskSort, you don't need to be running NetWare to have IPX. So let's see what's on the other ones, because I didn't actually get this far in my own installs. So you know, it's really weird because this version of okay. Let's just look at the exe files and see here. I think I'm looking for a utility called help load, because I actually do want to install the onboard help. But there's a lot of stuff here to look at. Like, holy cow, there is a lot of stuff here. Yeah, so let's do help load. So to get help with NetWare, you have to install the help files. And there we go. So insert disk NetWare help 1. I'm not actually sure I have that disk. Like, ooh, I might actually be missing more disks than I realized. Oh, I really don't want to have to hard down this because I might have to hard down this. This might have been a mistake. This might have been a terrible, terrible, terrible mistake. All right. So let me see here. I'm going to go full screen so you can see what I'm up to. So I'm currently going through the old file system. Novell NetWare. I've got help programs 1, so I do actually have this disk. So now we've changed the name of the game. It's not how many disks do you install, it's how many disks do you actually have. Because there is no master list in the NetWare documentation of what disks should be here. I know that some of the disks were missing. So, yeah. So, okay. So NetWare help supervisor user info 1. So I don't have that disk. That is a problem. I have supervisor user info 1. So the disk labels do not match the files 1 to 1. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to install. Okay. It's doing things. Okay. Application listings. So I'm kind of tempted to run the tutorial program. Just as a check, is the music audible on stream or not? I've had ongoing issues with this in the past, but we'll see. So, all right. Okay, cool. Perfect. Perfect. Everything is working. Everything is good. Everything is happy and ponies. Okay, so, all right. So we're continuing the help listing. It's the first time I've done music on a stream, and it actually freaking works. Yeah, I had it a little bit turned down too low here. Like, a lot of times I've done streaming and the music doesn't show up at all. It's just Epidemic Sound. I put a bunch of tracks in a playlist and I selected one at random and I pushed the button. All right. So now we have all the help installed. Install, oh God, if you want to installing groupware as an NLM. No, we are not installing groupware as an MLN. No. I'm going to purge that from my mind. That was not a thing you seriously suggested on my chat. All right, so let's see here. What other stuff do we have in this? In the magical binary list of binaries. So I don't know what revoke does. I feel like I should take a backup. But let's see here. So make user, attach, who am I? Okay. You are... Okay. Like, see, this supports 2021 dates. So it's really iffy. Like, let's go into syscon. I'm just curious. Like, wow, this is completely unchanged. This syscon is unchanged from 1987 to 1994. So, like, wow. Okay, like, if I want to add a user, we'll do that in a bit, because I kind of want to play with that. So let's... I kind of want to run that tutorial program. So let's run tutor. Our demo start. So, okay. This is the runtime version of Dan Bricklin's demo program. 1985 Software Garden. Software Garden and Dan Bricklin claim no responsibility for the, quote, slideshows run of this program. I feel like I should be afraid with this. Oh, fancy. Fancy. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I think all right. So let's begin the tutorial. I think I need to I'm going to turn my face cam off because I'm in the way. Novell NetWare, Getting Started, Supervisor's Guide Tutorial. Use in conjunction with NetWare Getting Started Supervisor Guide. This allows you to practice the concepts introduced in chapters 3, 4, and 5 of the yada yada yada. So, okay. So chat, do we want to look at directory structure, network users, or network security? I'm kind of interested in what 1987's idea of network security was, because this just seems like a bad idea to look at this in a kind of amusing sort of way. So wait, this guy made VisiCalc? That's wow, okay. All right, let's take a look. Network security consists of a combination of directory security, password login security, trustee assignments, and security equivalencies. Okay. Please wait. Okay. So, directory security. In this practice section, you will use the filer menu to delete the parental right from the training program. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. It's a fake DOS prompt because the prompt is not the IBM DOS type. So, and I can't type anything else. Like, I'm trying to backspace and I can't. So filer, and it's in monochrome. I have a color graphics adapter. I feel shortchanged. But look, this was roughly recorded in 1989. I'm guessing they had to take VGA memory dumps. So, wow, okay. So, go to current directory information. Maximum rights mask. So basically, this is like a practical example of the stuff they have in the manual. Let's see here. To exit filer, press Alt F10. I tried that. I'm pressing Alt F10. It ain't doing anything. All right, let me try Control Break. And it's not doing anything. Do I have to send Control Break manually? Like, yeah, I'm hitting Control Break and... Or did something crash? I think something gave up the ghost. I think she died. Alright, so... Apparently, I said that running a tutorial program was a bad idea. So, because, it ends with Church dying, and the only way this could have been more fitting is if the NetWare server was called Church. Yeah, I can't. I'm trying Control Break. I'm trying Alt F10, Control C. Oh, hold on. That worked. Apparently, just doing regular F10 worked, and now it wants command.com on the floppy disk. That's fine. This is fine. Okay, it wasn't crashed. It just... I don't know. The world used to make sense. The world was a much more sane and happy place at one point. Yes. Preemptive multitasking is overrated. So, do we want... So, alright. So, let's look around a bit more. So, we have a file called strategy. What could that possibly... This file would... I like this. So NetWare comes with example things. This file would contain marketing strategy, taxes. This file would contain tax information, billing. This file would count. Oh man, it feels all businessy. So okay, let's take a look and see what else is on here. So let's go back to Y. I should have dash W that. So, syscon is kind of like the do everything with NetWare of all time. So, if I go into... So, like, I get set up in counting, which handles things like... brain fart. It handles things like usage, billing statistics, and so forth. So, let's create an NCommander user, because I'm kind of curious on what this is like. So, we go into NCommander... Set the password. I'm actually curious. Is fire phasers a thing in this version of NetWare? I don't know if it is or isn't. Because that is in fact a thing in later versions. So like I can mark that NCommander is a supervisor. Yeah, so this is completely unchanged from later versions of NetWare. Like I can edit the system autoexec. God, that is a weird concept. Autoexec.nfs was a thing, but you didn't use it for binding in this version because all the binds are hard-coded into NetOS. So, yeah. Yeah, so, okay. Okay, hold on. Exit syscon. Log out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I lost the F drive. Can I net 3 for a new shell? Yeah, now I broke it because I don't have a way to bring the console back. And I can't safely down it. Let me see if I can find console.exe. It's probably on one of the system disks. I'm currently browsing through the... Let's see here. Yeah, I don't have console.exe. This is a problem. I probably, next time we get back into the system, I need to copy that somewhere where I can find it. Okay. Yeah, all right. So I don't know where console.exe is. Yeah, so I have no F drive. I can't get it back. And I can't safely down the server. Okay, so if you're using the dedicated server, don't log out because it breaks things. All right, I'm gonna try and find where that. Let's go back to full screen. I'm gonna try and find the console utility so I can down the server and reboot it safely. Because the last thing I want to happen at this point is I really don't want the hard drive to corrupt itself. I don't know if this is as bad as, say, Solaris, which eats hard drives for lunch. I mean, it could. It probably does. Let's see here. It's probably on one of the public disks. Let's see here. 6. Well, I don't know if it's on public because it could be... Gotta be a better way to do this. So just going to Y. I'm sorry, I wasn't watching chat. Oh, I have a Y drive. There's my login binary. Okay. Rich, you are correct. I think I found the NetWare admin in my chat. So I can go to console. Yeah, and if I wanted to, I could down it here. All right, so let's log in NCommander. Did that make a sound? Hold on. Okay, so here's the problem. I have no login script, so logging in as NCommander didn't actually do anything useful. So, syscon. Let me see what supervisors... Yeah. Yep, you're right. It would be... Pointing device, you are correct. And I really should have remembered that. So let me see if supervisor has a login script. Supervisor does not have a login script. So where's supervisor getting its path from? Because here, let me see. Let's see how well I remember my NetWare. So map y sys public. I don't think that'll put it on the path, but it probably will work. Log alt. Okay, Y. Oh, so interesting. It's whatever drive layer you're on is kind of what it remembers it as. So NCommander. And then, yeah, okay. So that left public. I actually remember how to write a frickin' login script. So if I do like map Z system. Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. So let me see. I want to see if that fire phasers effect works. Let me just see what the sound device is. Because what fire phasers does is it's an Easter egg in NetWare that when the user logs in, it plays a noise. but I don't know. Let me see where doing audio with wine is interesting. Let me just try it. I've got the view log layer. I have the thing that shows audio layers from applications up on the other screen. So no, it didn't play a noise, but it's also not giving an error because this would have errored out. So it might just be a problem with PCM not playing the sound correctly. I don't know. Let me see. Let me go into config. I don't know. It's a mystery. So, all right, let's go back into supervisor. Let's see here. I'm trying to think what else we can look at while we're here. One of these days, I will remember that typing this without that is a bad idea. So we've got capture, we've got session, systime. I'm curious, is there more Y2K problems here? No, that actually works, shockingly. And it does not work correctly in NetWare 3. I know this, in fact, would be broken on NetWare 3. If I remember correctly, send is... Yeah, it sends a message. So send test to user supervisor. Yeah, and then I get a system notification like that. So that was like how you notified that a server was going down. What's Color Pal? This is probably a dangerous... IBM Color Palette Editor. Interesting. It plays the sound for PC speakers on with fire phasers. In fact, it works correctly on VirtualBox. Oh, this is interesting. I don't know what... Can I switch? Like, if I change palette 1 to a different color, like that... Oh god, it actually changed it. Oh my god, I can make the NetWare radioactive hot dog. This is a bad idea, this is a bad idea, this is a bad idea. I mean... Nothing good will come from this. Nothing good will come from this if I make a radioactive hot dog. Like, someone stop me. This is not... This is a bad idea. Yes, this is only NetWare palettes, but this is already a bad idea. This is a horrible idea. Let me see if I can find the palette for the top of the screen. I don't think I can change all the palette. Although maybe I can, actually. Let's see. I'm going to regret this. I just... Oh! It's... the hot dog returns. The hot dog returns. The hot dog strikes in the most unexpected places because I did not expect... I did not expect that. Yeah, you are right. It is kind of hard to read. Okay, that's a little bit better. I think... There we go. There we go. Now we have a more legible hot dog. Now, it's a pity I can't do the background. Can I? Oh, I can define new palettes. Interesting. Well, actually, that makes sense. Because one of the big things you could do with NetWare was there was an entire program. Let me see if it's here. For generating menus. I think it's called Make Menu. It might not be in this version. Maybe it's Menu Make. What's Menu Parsi? Okay. What happens if I just run menu? Yeah, anyway, you can create what's called a menu file, and it creates that curses menu UI. It's good for data entry. It's good for being used with bretrieve. We'll take a look at NSnipes. So this was the game that inspired the creation of NetWare. It's a multi-user maze game. Rich is ahead of me right now. I'm hitting enter to start the game, and I think it's waiting for another user to connect. Uh-oh. I can't break out of it, and I can't regain control of the system. I think control break is not getting sent to the VM. I think that's the problem here. Let me just see here. Resolution is fine. Like, is there a way in the menus I can send that control break? I think I got... Nope. Okay, it just went down hard. Okay, that's fine. I actually rebooted it, but I didn't mean to actually reboot it. So, that's fine. NetWare's going to complain when it comes back up. File system corruption. It's gonna be a thing. I think we have to run salvage now. So, all right, let me find the OS exec disks. I gotta say, I am learning. So this has been an interesting experience to say the least. Yeah, I suspect that Wine is grabbing Alt Break or something on my system is. Salvage is undelete. Was it vdisk that I'm thinking of? The NetWare equivalent of your disk is screwed, beg for help. Or am I thinking maybe it's diskad? Let's see here. Okay, so now we gotta put disk 2 in. We're well... So, Pietro, if we really want to go crazy, we could install the Macintosh support layer. There is actual support for Macintosh clients, even in this version of NetWare. The Mac, there's an entire chapter in the manual. I guess it just does the report. Okay, abandoned error report. No. No. Okay. I guess that works. Let me try vRepair. Let me go to console. Or I gotta put the shell disk back in. So I should probably show run shell generation so people can see what it is. But let's see if we can actually run... I think you have to do vRepair on this console. Okay, I guess you don't. Like, what's the point of the NetWare console then? Is there nothing useful there? So, alright. Is vRepair on... No, it's probably on one of the disks. I don't really worry that much. So, you can't... The load is not a thing in this version of NetWare. Here, I'll show you. If I go to console... Because this version of NetWare is monolithic. Actually, it does have a load command. But I do load vRepair and it doesn't do anything. Like, load install doesn't do anything. There's no output. Because, like I said, this is a complete... The only thing you can do to install applications is the value add program, or VAP, which has to be statically linked into the NetWare kernel. The documentation has a massive thing about that. So, alright, so let's go back. I don't want to think about NetWare on the Acorn Archimedes. I mean, it probably was a thing, but I still don't want to think about it. Alright. So let's not run nsnipes. Our demo is the slideshow thing. larchive is how you back up a server. Load info, cast on, flags are permissions. We have nc snipes, which is probably a bad idea to run that, because we'll probably hang the system again. Let's see here. Rights. Enver is NetWare version. Nope, that's NetBIOS version, and... Or I guess it's local client version. And print and restore, like, fconsole is the file console. So you can see, like, things that are open and so forth. Oh, I'm going to regret. I'm going to regret that we did this. Yeah, like, you can use this to down a file server. You can send broadcasts like, hi, I'm broadcasting. And then it shows up at the bottom. So, listdir, if I remember correctly, is... It lets you look at directories directly on the NetWare server. So, like, if I wanted to look at sys system, it's overflow. Okay, and I guess it... I guess it shows mostly the subdirectories of it. I don't know why this is useful. Let me just try... Yeah, like... it shows the 4 directories in sys. So NetWare is an ancient network operating system that had its lunch eaten by both Microsoft and Linux. And it was probably one of the biggest falls from grace ever, because Novell basically stuck their fingers in their ears and ignored that the world was changing, and gave up one of the largest profitable cash cows basically on a silver platter to Microsoft. Because I haven't covered eDirectory on my channel, it was a pile of donkey dingus. That is the only way I can describe eDirectory. And if Rich is still here, he can probably note it. So I think that's the penny tour of this ancient version of NetWare. Do we want to play with it more, or do we want to try to upgrade in place? Which is probably a horrible, bad, terrible idea, but we could do it. I am actually going to run help, because help amuses me. Oh, look at that. That's like an entire... That is actually fancy. NetWare compatible software applications. Hold on. Hold on. OS2 applications. That would have been OS2. OS2 wasn't even released at this point. Okay, I need to pay attention to this. So, I think TTS is the transaction system in NetWare. Like, okay, how do I use this? Enter key for help. Press tab to select a category. No, view category. Here we go. Wow, it's literally like a Yellow Pages. So, netlib by Communication Horizons. Compatibility, yes. Vendor claims. Oh, I like that. I like that. Provides access to NetWare function calls via an easy-to-use interface for Nantucket Clipper, Aston Tate's DBase, and Fox Software's Foxbase. Some of the network functions supported are printing, locking, TTS, and station numbers. Wow. I am impressed. I really do like the vendor claims. I'm just gonna flip through this for a bit. X retrieve and more V retrieve. I know B retrieve is present on this version of NetWare, but I guess it was available as an add-on as well. XQL by more relationship database management system that combines convenience of SQL with the maximum power and flexibility of traditional programming languages such as COBOL, Pascal, C, and BASIC. Okay, then. Okay. Moving right along. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see here. Is there anything... I want all the things on this list. All right. Database front end supporting NetWare or SQL. Like, I never got bretrieve to work correctly when I was playing with it. Yeah, that was all it runs NetWare. So, Paradox. I really want to do a video on Paradox, but how do you make a database interesting? It's hard. I have DBase free sitting on the bookshelf, and I'm having trouble even making a video because how do you make DBase interesting? Okay, so there's only like 3 entries on this list. Let's see what OS2 applications, because let's be honest, there weren't a lot of OS2 applications. So this is all things for like OS2 1.0. Platinum Accounting Series by Advanced Business Micro Machines. I like that. ABM. ABM. I feel like that's a ripoff. Just saying. See here. Fontware. Provide... No, Petra, I don't know if you were kidding, but I think that is actually what it is. Provides fonts for most major PC platform environments, including Windows, Ventura Publisher, PageMaker, which was a Windows 1.0 application at this time,
Word, which was still a console application, WordPerfect, and Lotus Manuscript. But it doesn't actually support NetWare. It's using the net. Did they just like select every application? Oh, how many word processors did Lotus make? That's like asking how many. That's the wrong question to ask. The answer is they made a lot. Let's see here. More Paradox. Swapware. Computer-aided trading system package used to trade fixed income securities. I like how it says compatibility, yes, vendor claims, comment, file share problem with NetWare 2. Supports... This is just the gift that keeps on giving. Let's see here. So this is all stuff that was available for OS 2. Let's see here. Super Project 2, Computer Associates. Runs under the... I just realized this is the first thing that we've seen that says runs under the protected mode of OS 2. That means it's a native application. I think all the other ones run under DOS. But wait, it says runs under the protected mode. Client OS is supported DOS. NetWare, your application database. Oh look, Convergent. I'm just gonna scroll down because if I keep thinking about that, my head is splody. See here. Cable car ad. A complete automated mapping and facilities management microcomputer-based program for utilities and municipalities applications. So basically it's SimCity without the graphics. From Canada. I was a WordPerfect user. I was very, very sad when WordPerfect was put out to pasture. Holy cow. Informex. I actually remember this one. They're still around, aren't they? I think Informex is still around. I don't think they've gone kaput. I gotta hold on. I gotta look this up. Like, I actually need to look this one up. All right, let's pull a tab off, rip it out. Is Informex still a thing? It is still a thing. It's owned by IBM. Last release was November 17th, 2020. There are probably people that used Informex on NetWare 2.0 and have just carried their database through the eons. Oh wow, I'm sorry, that was like magical for me. Like, to actually find something on this list that I was well aware of, it's like, wow. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just gonna scroll through the rest kind of quickly. Just see what else is interesting. Like, let's see if any other big names jump out. I wonder if... Oh, there's a name. There's a name I'm not really that happy to see. Microsoft COBOL version 3.0. Because that's a thing. Well, I've heard that WordPerfect was very big in legal offices, and they're like the last real users of WordPerfect because of section lists. So, I don't know how true that is, but I've heard that cited multiple times. So, yeah, I already, the moment I saw that, I was like, yeah, Microsoft COBOL is going to be a thing I'm going to have to do a video on. Like, because, you know, the more I suffer, the more people watch my videos, which means more ad revenue, which means I can buy more things to suffer with. Because it's this never-ending cycle of NCommander NCommander raises money through streaming and videos, NCommander buys things to suffer with, and then the cycle of life continues. So, more B-Retrieve. Although this suggested there was a B-Retrieve client for OS 2. I really wish I had the OS 2 client for this era. Because I don't. And to my knowledge, it's... Oh, God. There is so much wrong in this sentence that I don't even know where to begin. Network Station Oracle by Oracle Corporation. Workstations communicate with LAN managers, with LAN server Oracle on NetWare LANs via TCP/IP, SPX, or asynchronous lines. Peer-to-peer API, SPX, gateway APIs. Holy cow! Did Oracle have this entire? Oracle had a line of database network stuff, didn't they? LAN server Oracle operates on a node running Xenix or OS2. Either version requires NetWare 2.1 or higher. Xenix requires Xlearn support cards, TCP/IP, and IPX. See, my biggest problem with doing Oracle on stream is I legitimately am afraid that I'm going to stream NetWare on Oracle, Oracle on NetWare, and Oracle will decide that, oh, you should be audited to prove that you've paid for all your database licenses, because I swear to God, Oracle is, as a company, they suck. All right. Let's see here. How much? There's not too much more left. Ooh. Mirrors. This isn't the one I was thinking about. I was thinking of the OS2 mirrors. This is a way to allow mainframe stuff to talk to NetWare. Q&A by Symantec. Oh god, this is Symantec before they bought Norton Utilities. This is Symantec before they bought Norton Utilities. This was Symantec before they had an antivirus program. Symantec before they had an AV program. People, but it's good to know that Symantec was still a bloated piece of garbage. 640K of RAM required. That was not standard in this time period. Easy to use integrated database and word processor, featuring a natural language front end to database. So what was this? Was this like Cornerstone? I don't want. And then you get some like the practice manager, OS2 in development. Pietro, I probably need to do an episode on Cornerstone, but God, I don't even know where to begin on that one. Watching Infocom go down the toilet is like watching. It was like, well, it was painful. Let's see here. Series. All right, so. All right, I think that covers basically everything here. I'm kind of curious. I want to look at the list of Macintosh applications because, you know, early Mac stuff is actually not well archived. Like, if you try and find stuff for a Mac 128K, it's surprisingly hard to find stuff, like, besides a few of the early games. Yeah. I want to look at Cornerstone, like, but I'd have to, like, set it up. I'd have to see what it's good at. It's... The idea with Cornerstone... So, let me give a little context here. So, Infocom made all the awesome adventure games of old. They didn't make Advent, but they made Zork. They made Spellbound. Let's see here. Planetfall. The chat will fill in all the other ones. So, Infocom decided that text adventures are lame. We should get into the database marketing scheme and use all our stuff on processing natural language from their text adventures as a database. And it was the biggest cluster. Like, I actually am not sure if anyone's done a video running Cornerstone in depth. I know NeoZed had an article or two about it, or I'm pretty sure you did. But it's more just looking at the disaster of everything that followed. So, yeah, so there's really not that much in the Mac software list. I mean, you have QuickMail, like a few of these I recognize. Like, you know, Claris was the big Mac provider for anything, as well was DataViz. DataViz lasted a long time. I didn't realize that they were that old. Yeah. I almost want to say FileMaker probably came from Lisa, like, because there's a lot of similarities between FileMaker and the Lisa database program, so I wouldn't be surprised if those two things shared blood. But I never understood why Lisa Office System never really got ported to Mac OS. You know, because Apple basically left that for third parties. So, I do want to dive into FileMaker, but getting early Mac stuff to network is like, holy cow, shoot me. And Macintosh backwards compatibility is magic at the best of times. I mean, it's not as bad as most people claim, but it's not good. Oh, look at this. A version of DBase for Macintosh. A multi-user database that is a DBase-free work-alike, can read and write DBase-free compatible data, and supports approximately 95 commands. Yo, I never thought about that, but DBase would have been a thing, or was still been an actively used thing during the heyday of classic Mac. And there would have been no way to talk to a DBase database on a Mac, unless you had a specific gateway to it. It was really a DBase database is just a set of DBF files. So, has this been archived? I mean, it was made by Verisoft. I'm just curious. I'm just gonna do a Google search for it. There was a Verisoft DBman for Linux. Like, I kid you not. They're talking about it in this news group. So, from 17 years ago, yeah, it was looking for a copy for Linux, and they were talking about it as Amiga. So, wow. So this was, in fact, a thing that lasted a very long time. So Lisa was an interesting... I kind of wanted to dig into Lisa. I'd have to do it all on emulators because, let's be honest, I'm not giving up my firstborn my first freeborn, because really that's what it would cost to get a Lisa. I've played with it in VMs, and it's interesting, but it's a little iffy in VMs. WordPerfect for the Macintosh. My God, that was a thing. Wow, talk about dating itself. 512K of memory and Macintosh System 4.1 or later is recommended. The Macintosh 2 had just come out when this database was made. So, okay. Let's see here. I want to escape from Folio. Okay. So, I think that was a really, really interesting... I just want to see what it's in these... Yeah, so that one's just a documentation, and then... This NetWare one is just a quick reference to all the stuff that's on the system. So, okay. I think that was an interesting little detour. Do we, chat? Do you think it's time to do the upgrade? Do we want to try and do an in-place upgrade? Because it's probably a bad idea, but bad ideas is what we live for on this channel. Yeah. So, all right. So, here's what we're going to do. So... Because this has such a catastrophic chance of going wrong. Wait, hold on. Press enter to exit. Isn't that like clicking start to shut down? Okay. So, yes, and folks, if you enjoy this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, I have a Patreon in the description, or feel free to hit me on Super Chat, because it really does make a huge difference. That is your obligatory plug, and I'm only 2 hours in before doing the plug, so... So let's go back into NetWare. Console, let's down it. Okay, it's been shut down. And I can drop to DAWs. And that apparently hung the system, but that's fine. It's been shut down successfully. So stop emulation. And let's go out of full screen. So the first thing we want to do is I want to back up that hard drive. Because, frankly, I don't want to reinstall NetWare more. There is a limit of how many times I am willing to reinstall NetWare on a given day. That is my story. I'm going with it. So, NetWare root backup 251 IMG. Okay, cool. So, to do the next step of the NetWare installation, we need the 2.2 disks, which we have here. Hopefully this is a valid upgrade path. I am not completely sure, because I believe this is an ELS release of NetWare. So we'll find out. Thomas Boyle, thank you for the €5. It really is amazing. It really makes a huge difference. So, all right. Screw it. We are going to YOLO it. So let's put the DAWs disk is already in. We've got our backup. We have hugged our backup. Now, we won't be able to directly upgrade to NetWare 3.0. The upgrade path, I believe, is back up your bindery and pray, from what I remember from the NetWare manual. So, we'll see. Maybe. Okay. So, here we go. Alright, so we're currently in the system. So let's go to change disk B. And then I think we have to put the net. What's the main install disk? It would be not DAWs util. I think it's they changed so the entire thing is different in NetWare 2.2. I believe it's just called install in this version. Let's see if that actually does anything. Okay, come on. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Cool. Upgrade from NetWare 2.x. Now, we could briefly check out at some point NetWare 2.0, but we can't get the system running. I've tried. So let's see what the upgrade option does. Like, does this just work? Is it going to be magical? I have my doubts. Welcome to the upgrade option for NetWare 2.2. Use the upgrade option to upgrade your server from previous versions of NetWare 2.0A through 2.15C, where 2.15C should not be run on servers running 2.0 or on servers running NetWare 3. Okay, so continue. So we are a non-dedicated. Let's see here. Will this machine be a server? Yes. We're not going to do printing. Network board is there are quite a few more network boards. I should probably test these in 86 box or Vacrum to see if they actually work. All right. So, but what's the difference between AT1 and AT2? All right. Wow. We're going to just go for it. So it doesn't migrate any of your settings, so you really have to hope that you know your network. Channel 0, it's a industry standard disk controller with verify off. All information is correct. Was that really it? Like, was it that? Like, that is a drastically simpler process than what it took to get here. So this is NetWare 2.2, Charles. So it is a slightly different UI, but apparently it's quite a bit different. So it's creating file server specific utilities. You can see we have a newer version of the NetWare linker. We were on 2.0, now it's 2.1. So, okay. This is interesting. This is fascinating. So, already it's been quite a bit streamlined compared to what we had to go through with Netgen. So, yay. I mean, at this point, Novell was, from what I understand it, the very early versions of Novell, basically, it was treated like an appliance, sort of like software as a service is today. So that's why things like Netgen was so janky. And then later versions were considerably better. And Dylan McDonald, thank you for the 215 Mexican pesos. It will definitely help cover the upgrade cost, or at least the indigestion, because when you work with NetWare, you truly feel the burn. So the disk copying has. So definitely one of the more, in theory, if I could get networking working, I would love to do an upgrade of data all the way from the earliest version of NetWare to the latest. But you can, we'll look at the manual, but I don't believe there's an upgrade path from NetWare 2.0 to 3.0 without having two machines and a working network. So this is as far as we're going to be able to go, but it is a thing. Pietro, I don't have a, so I was hoping to get one as a donation to the channel, a 5171. As far as I can tell, that has fallen through. So unfortunately, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get one or not. I am not willing to pay $200, which is the eBay price for a 5171. So I'm just going to kind of hold out that I'll be able to pick up one locally at Vintage Computer Fest or similar, because the eBay prices are insanity. I mean, if you look at a 5171, which is not useful for most Commodore users, it's $200. And if you want a 1581, it's like, holy... Like, I don't even know why they're rising. They're not a valuable drive for most things. There's very little 71 software out there. I mean, a lot of it is that a lot of Commodore stuff is rising in value because you have channels like 8-Bit Guy, 8-Bit Show and Tell. Adrian Black does all the C64 repair fests. You know, compared to the stuff like Apple IIs and TRS-80s. And Tom Berg, the problem is that the 50 NOK, what is NOK? Is that Norwegian kroner? I think that's Norwegian kroner. They'll just audit that too. I mean, this is how Oracle is. It's one rich a-hole called Larry Ellingson, and I highly recommend that if anyone who hasn't seen it, please watch the talk, the Unix talk, Rise of Illuminos. So, yes. Yeah. So, really what it boils down to is, Petros, I really want to do a CPM video, which is probably going to have to be a different machine than my 128. As much as I love my 128, because Commodore stuff is like Apple. I mean, holy cow. I mean, like, you know, Apple stuff has a premium because of the badge, but it's got nothing on Commodore. I mean, my friend managed to get 2+4s, and it was a little bit ridiculous on how much it costs to get a +4 these days. Fortunately, both +4s are known to be working, or I wouldn't have even bothered. And he got it as a 2-for-1 deal, which is why I got into that. So, but yeah, I do. The problem is that doing videos on 8-bit stuff, it's pretty niche to begin with, and how much can you know, documenting the Commodore TED train wreck is, like it takes talent to fail as hard as Commodore did, and I'm just doing disk swapping here, so hopefully I can stop having to move the disk back and forth. So TRS-80s are going up. Are we talking about the Cocos, or are we talking about the original TRS-80s? Because, you know, Tandy Radio Shack probably is as bad as IBM with naming shit. the worst part is that with the original TRS-80s is you're going to have people that basically rip the cover off and crack the neck of the CRT, because let's be honest, the TRS-80 was not a well-designed machine. I mean, there's a reason why the customary TRS-80 position is lying on its side half dead. So, and people blowing it up with reefa caps. I mean, so you're talking about the Model 1. Okay, I'm thinking of the Model 3 or the Model 4, which had the integrated CRT. You have a Sun Java desktop boxed edition. I have Solaris 7 in the box. It's on the bookcase behind me, which is hopefully, knock on wood, going to be the next video. It's making headway. So there's that. I mean, it makes sense, Pietro, that, these things are going to go up over time. There's a limited number of those systems in circulation, but it's hard to tell how much is actual demand going up and how much is the eBay premium. So I would love to have a Spark Station. Like, I really would love to have an authentic one. I really miss Sun. Like, don't get me wrong, Sun ran about as well as, I don't know, a Trabant, but they made really cool things. It just took a while for them to actually be usable. Like, a long while for them to actually be usable. Like, it's a sad thing to make them. Yeah. And I just realized the background music at some point apparently has checked out. Oh, there it is. Well, if like Google, don't get me wrong, I don't have any desire to see Google get bigger, but of all the companies that were bidding on Sun, why did it have to be Oracle? Why did it have to be Oracle? So I do understand why SE30 stuff is going up in value, because they now have that system board replacement project. So it should be possible to deal with SE30s that have had battery damage and such. Well, I mean, it's just going to be a matter of time before before Oracle puts Solaris out to pasture. At this point, it's a matter of when, not if. So there's that. So, okay. So just as a note, while we've all been doing this, the disk swapping has been continuing in the background. So do OS exec. So I think at this point, it's still relinking the operating system, and then we will just need to copy public files like we did with NetWare 2.15. Oh God, Sun did buy Cray. I forgot about that. Yeah, I actually remember now that they bought Cray computers, and that was a bad mistake. Well, Sun basically, they didn't lock you into their ecosystem. I mean, Sun's big rise to fame, why so much of Linux owes itself to Sun, is because Sun made pretty much every technology they created an open standard. They created NFS. They created RPC port map. Java, although Java they kind of screwed the pooch on. A large part of the GNU-C library extensions were originally stuff that came from Solaris. When you look at Solaris, especially like Solaris 7 and Debian 3, they're really hard to be indistinguishable. And then we had ZFS and more. Yeah. No, Sun made amazing things. They had management problems, and they weren't really that good at selling stuff. They were like the opposite of Apple. It was all function, no show. That is actually the best analogy for Apple I could give. So Google, I've heard that they didn't buy Sun because they were worried about antitrust. I never understood why IBM didn't, although I guess, I really don't know why IBM didn't. So, yeah. See, with HP Unix, my memory of HP Unix was that you have a standard C library and you have an operating system that claims to be Unix, but half of your function calls don't work, and your C compiler is so picky as to be its own independent language. My HP Unix experiences were interesting. Okay, this is a prompt that I probably should read. The following test will destroy any data on the hard drive you test and select. Each hard disk selected from this menu will be tested and prepared for NetWare. NetWare-ready drives have been tested and are ready for use. Other hard drives must be track 0 tested before use of NetWare. So I want to cancel testing, which fortunately you can. And then we put system disk 1 back in. So yeah, so this was still back in the era of MFM hard drives, and the operating system had to deal with dead sectors. So a big rise to NetWare was dealing with not losing your data, was really the way I would put it. So you had COMPSURF, you had NetWare ready hard drives, which were extensively tested to make sure they had no defects. So forth and so on. So, okay. Upgrade time. So it's detected that we are on overflow. Let's see here. So all this looks correct. All this looks correct. Yeah, so we just hit F10 here. Okay. Okay, so we want to load NetWare 2.2 and we want to load system and public files. So, okay, continue. I think I may have just formatted the hard drive. I'm not sure. Because I just realized it said it's going to do the track 0 thing. Okay, so install the cold bootloader. So NetWare predate. I think NetWare actually predates SCSI. But SCSI was not very popular in PCs of this era. I mean, Macs had it, and pretty much anything that wasn't PCs. But I'm trying to think if there was even I'm trying to think of like a IBM PC 5160 with a SCSI card, and I'm drawing a mental blank. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. So NetWare was supposed to be NetWare was supposed to be like a commodity server at this point. I have the distinct feeling that something is not working the way it's supposed to. Like, I'm watching this and I'm thinking something has gone wrong. It's reading the disk. I don't know if this is expected or not. I don't know if it's broken or not. I'm really confused on what's going on. Why is it just printing this over and over again? I think something broke. Let me eject disk B. Yeah, no, it's actually, I'm looking at the disk indicator, and it is actually making progress, I think. All right, I'm going to set a timer. We're going to wait a few minutes while it just does the copying. So, like, is it supposed to do that? Is it not supposed to do that? I don't know. Yeah. Well, the stid out delays might be because I clicked on it for a bit, so I don't really know for sure. Yeah, I think it broke. I legitimately think it has tapped out. I mean, if I go full screen, you can see here in the disk indicator, and I know it's flickering, that it's making it's reading and writing. I just don't know what it's reading and writing. Like, yeah, it's doing stuff. I mean, the disk is spinning. I just think it's completely broke. Like, you know, you're right. It is probably is a corrupted disk. All right. The fail counter's coming out. Fail counter's coming out. The fail counter is far larger than it should be. No, wait. Why is it that the install finishes the moment the fail counter comes out? Why does the install fit? It knew that I was about to start tracking fails and decided that this was the path of least resistance. It knew. All right, let me put the boot disk back into the system. So let me find the boot disk. So we're still not done because we still need to copy the rest of the system files, but one step at a time. IBM PC DAWs 3.3. Strike key when ready. So, okay, so I think at this point, I think we can just put the system startup disk, and I think we can actually just start up. But it didn't load the public files. So how do I actually do that? Because normally this is a two-step process. You install NetOS and then you install public files and stuff. You know, the typical NetWare thing they did forever. So what went wrong? So because something went wrong. Sorry, I'm going through the disks here trying to figure out what I should be doing. Give me a moment to recover my thoughts. Because I lost my working directory, so I just need to make sure I've got everything in the right place. Yeah, okay. This is fine. This is fine. All right, so system 1 goes in. So if I dir here. So if I do install here, this will bring us back to the install menu. I mean, it's possible it could have copied the system files when I wasn't looking. Maintain existing system. I think that's what we want, because we want to go into the maintenance menu. Install 1.0. Please wait. And then I should have an option to copy system and public files. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. I want to go into maintenance. Okay, yep, that's all fine. Actions to be formed, insert. So I can configure the OS, I can link the OS, but I don't have a copy public files option. On NetWare 3, you can do that with our console. I know it can be done on the running system. I mean, I don't think it's done under configure. I mean, we can try it. But I don't think that's how you do it. Oh, and here we go. The disk swapping begins. All right, so let me put System 2 in the disk drive. So I would love to have a caddy disk drive. I don't have any, but I have a lot of fond memories because that's what they used to use in my school. I did make a backup of the hard drive. I made a backup before starting this entire process. So if I accidentally initialize the file system, we're okay. This is fine. But I think at this point, I have to go into the system to finish the copying the words hard. Yes. I've never upgraded NetWare before, so like I said, normally On NetWare 3, you would do this from load install on the running system. On NetWare 2.15, there was the option in the system maintenance menu to do this. And of course, I don't have the manual for this version of NetWare. CD-ROM caddies should be interchangeable. Petro. Some aren't, but I mean, 99% of them, I think they're actually defined in the, not in the Redbook standard, but in one of Philips's documents. So, we'll we'll see. Let me see here. So, okay. I mean, it's definitely doing stuff. I mean, it is possible it did the track 0 stuff, but I think the track 0 was just migrating it all to a new format. So, here. So now we're in file server description, which is all the stuff that we saw before. So let me see here. To add items, you know what, let me delete that, and let me delete... Here, let me just leave these 2 items on the list. So now it's going to load system and public files. Okay, installing NetWare 2.2 operating system files. I don't think we saw that before. Oh, stream is black. Hold on. I fixed it. Okay. Yep, there we go. Okay, we are making progress. We have apparently, I sometimes wonder in a previous life if I was a NetWare system admin, because I'm literally running off the force right now. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I tempted fate. Oh, that hurts. It ab-end. Stack overflow detected by kernel. Chat, can I get some Fs, please? Because that's NetWare going down in flames. NetWare overflowed. Yeah, chat, let's get the all right. Let's see if let's see how much data corruption just happened, because it's not good, Jim. I'm not even controlling the soundtrack. It's just randomized. Oh, that is bad. That is extremely not good. That was our first real catastrophic fail of the day. Okay. There we go. We're back to form. We're back to form, people. The unusual ease, and yes, I'm going with ease for installing Advanced NetWare, has passed. We are now properly in NetWare hell. So yeah, I'm not even listening to the soundtrack. Oh yeah, no, soundtrack is definitely trolling. I feel like I have been deep trolled. I've been trolled very, very hard. Okay, so that's fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. So check the config. Caffeine is good. I got an 8-bit F. Technically, Dylan McDonald, isn't that technically an FF, not a 1-bit F? Okay, so we need to configure, because a 1-bit F would be 6. No, wait, that would be a nibble. Math is hard. Yeah. So this is fine. PVC, this is fine, is the entire subtitle of my channel. So, okay. Yeah, so the fail counter, all right, let's put a proper fail counter. Text. text. Fail count. Overflowed. And then let's just make it tiny. Even tinier. There we go. I think we're I think that does it properly. All right, OS6. Like, one of these days I'll learn how to be like a real professional streamer, and I just realized that my overflowed actually is clipped out of the window, so technically the fail counter has failed. Okay, there we go. I just put the canary. I just put the canary. Fix the canary. I need stacks and config.sys. You're right. I need stacks. I completely forgot to do the stacks. That's Neozed, you are correct. And the problem is that to correct that, I need a text adder. And because this is DAWs 3.3, I don't have one of those. Yeah, so abandon configuration. Let's bail out of this. I have to fix the stacks. All right, so let me make a copy of my DAWs boot disk, because we have to do some brain surgery here. So let me move things around a little bit. So, all right, let me go full screen so you can see what I'm doing. So I currently have been using just a bog standard copy of DAWs 3.3. So let me grab that disk 1, and copy it here, because we actually DAWs 3.3 IMG. And I have to, of course, fix the permissions on this folder because, yeah. All right, so now that we've got a backup of that disk, I can put it in the drive. NetWare stream DAWs 3.3. Cool. And what I need is a text adder. Like, because there's a lot of things I'm willing to suffer through. I am not putting myself through running Edland. Like, no. Just no. So this should have config.sys. I think edit will run on this version of DAWs. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Well, it loaded. Is there no config.sys on A? There should be a... I guess there's no config.sys on A. Alright, so right now is... Yeah, found that's fine. The NetWare documentation actually says what the stack and file should be set to, so I'm actually going to look at the documentation. You know, and I just realized that trying to do searches in a 632-page PDF is probably a bad idea. Let's see here. DAWs stacks. All right. Let's see what Google says if... Here. Okay, so if you're... Yeah, let's see here. So basically, DAWs has a built-in stack number, and if Neozed is correct, and that's the problem, then I just need to fix the stacks to be much higher than what they currently are, but I don't know what the correct values to use are. I guess 9,256 is not a bad set, so let me try stacks equal 9,256, files 30, buffers 30. Okay. All right. So eject drive B, and then let's see if that fixes it. Okay. I actually know how to use Edland, but it's every time I use Edland, it takes me about 5 minutes of blindly fiddling and then another 10 to actually edit the one line of the file that I need to edit. So I really rather not do that if I can avoid it. It's like, it wouldn't be interesting stream content. And I just realized that the fail counter changed when I changed views. It went from overflowed to 2. So the fail counter is properly borked. Okay, so this actually saved. So let us see if we can actually do this properly now. See, the only reason I'm slightly concerned that wasn't actually a DAW's issue is because it did generate an abend, which made me think that we might have been in the NetWare kernel. Yeah. So what you're saying is that the fail counter has a race condition. So, okay, maintain existing system. Everything is fine. This is fine. We have not broken it yet. We haven't gone to well, technically we've had an IO error, but we ignored the error and pretended that everything was fine because we're going with the Solaris UFS mode of data integrity. UFS sucked. So, all right. So configure. That's fine. And then after I do this, I should be able to copy files and magic and ponies. All right. So insert system 2 into the disk. Really hoping this works. Like, really, really, really hoping. Okay, configuring NetWare 2.2 operating system. So we can insert a disk, OSNet, exe. Please work. Please work. So I did actually win an eBay package for a NetWare add-in software. It's an email client. I don't know if it's for NetWare 2. I don't know if it's for NetWare 3. It's sealed in box. It probably will show up in a video eventually because email generates fails. I mean, I have to do a video on Exchange at some point because early Exchange is like, oh my God, hurt me, except worse. Because Exchange ran on X509 messaging internally. So, yay. All right, so we're back to here. 10. Unfortunately, I don't actually think we have the... we don't want that one. We want to load public files. Yeah. So, incidentally, the disk that says Mac Utilities 800K, it says is not dumped. This is a README file that where it was. Can network be used to make an HPC a high-performance cluster? Technically, yes, but you probably shouldn't use it for that. But, you know, it is possible to run Apache and PHP on NetWare. I, in fact, found compile instructions for that. So we could entirely... I just read groupware, exchange, and notes, and... there's nothing in that sentence that's a good idea. Let's see here. So I want to load public files. Yes. So the reason is that you could use NetWare because it's all in ring 0 and only supports cooperative multitasking. So you could get high performance out of it because you don't have the preemptive multitasking. But you really shouldn't because of all the reasons I just listed. Like, there are so many better things you could do than that. And I don't think Novell had an official clustering product. So, all right. So, DAWs util 1. Chat, give me odds if this actually is going to work. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to think of CC Mail. I don't want to think of CC Mail. CC Mail does not exist. It cannot hunt me down and kill me. But Leonardo, I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce your last name. The problem is that everything in that sentence, NetWare, Apache, PHP, SQL, is in fact a thing that... It ab-ended again. But the NAP stack is a thing that could be a thing. Is this where it died last time? And let's get some more Fs in the chat. Okay, fine. We're going with plan B here because plan A obviously apparently has decided to suck. So plan B is we're going to screw the installer. We're just going to YOLO this, and we're just going to copy the files on. I don't think it actually I don't think it's actually brain, sorry. I don't think I think what we can do is we can boot into NetWare and then copy the public files by hand. We're just going to cross our fingers and sort of pray here. But Ditcher parity is protected under United States law. And I don't think Oracle cares if you love or hate them. They just care if you give them money. As far as I can tell, that's the only thing Oracle cares about is if you give them money. Okay. So I need the... So this is all the driver stuff. So we need to go to... We need to put the kernel disk in, which would be OS.exe. So this one. Let's see if we can actually boot into NetWare. So... What's the DWIT clause, Super Smash Dolls? Okay. So maybe this is the problem, is that we have data mismatch errors. Abandoned volume mount. Yes. And it all completely crashed. Because it couldn't load the bindery. That's fine. This is fine. Let's see if we can do disk utilities. I'm not... It's a parody of an operating... Oh, boy. Just as a note, Dylan McDonald, there are CNEs in this chat, so be careful what you say. I'm not liable for Novell engineers hunting you down for elimination. I didn't know that the non-benchmark clauses had a name, so that's actually really good to know. The DWIT clause, Super Smash Dolls. Like, I actually appreciate that. So let's see if we can find the system utilities. Specifically, we need VDisk, I think, is what it's called. So let's take a look and see what's on all the floppy disks, because I don't have a manual for this version of NetWare that has the handy list of directories. So let's see if we can find... Because I'm wondering if that file system corruption issue is why we're not getting anywhere. So let's see if it's on one of the DAWs utilities disks. So all these look like they're stuff that has to go in public and such, so that's easy enough to handle. So let's see what's on the System 1 disk. That ain't it. We're looking for the VDisk program, or vRepair. Yeah, so vRepair is what we need. It's on System 2. So let's see, let's try running NetWare's version of CheckDisk, because how could that possibly go wrong? So System 2, dir, that is not the right screen. So, okay, so vRepair. Okay, so select drive number 1, volume sys. I don't want it to print. I don't want to test for bad blocks. Recover lost. Yes. Okay. Abandon error report. No. Okay. So this is like check disk or scan disk, but for NetWare. So hopefully this will make the problems go away. Okay. Abandoned error report. No. Like, is it actually correcting stuff, or is it just doing stuff? I mean, this is all the stuff that happened from one freaking crash. Yeah, so it actually did start installing files because A20 is like, you see how it says this console 20A? That's from an upgrade stuff. Okay, you know, abandoned error report, yes. Is that just tell it to keep going? I think that just tells it to keep going. Yeah, it does. Cool. Purging salvage files. Okay, so it's going to run a full repair. I mean, it was just running, and it actually managed to corrupt files. I mean, I've heard that the NetWare file system between versions 2 and 3 changed pretty dramatically, and I've had a NetWare 3 go down hard a few times before, and it never corrupted its file system, so, let's see here. All right, I'm not going to abandon the whole thing. I don't know why it says abandon error report. Like, that's a really weird syntax. Sometimes with check disk, you can actually find data there. Make corrections permanent. Yes. All right, let's rerun. I'm going to run it a second time to see if there's any errors. But I think we're good. So chat, now we need to decide, do we want to try running install.exe again, or do we want to try and get into the running system and manually descrew it? You decide. So, because I'm not sure what we should try, because if it was failing to do the system upgrade because of disk corruption, it's possible that this will solve the problem. Okay, so the Nico votes for let's boot it. Okay. So let's try booting and then see if we actually get anywhere. And if we can actually boot it, then we've made progress. You might be able to get IPX to work with the 32-bit versions of Windows 7. That is a NeoZ question if I've ever heard one. Windows 10, I don't think it's possible because they made pretty extensive changes to WinSock in those intervening versions. Okay. So no errors in volume sys. Okay. Wow, you have to you don't just return me to DAWs. I literally have to power off and turn back on to restart. That is asshole design, Novell. That is like actual asshole design. I mean, modern Linux still supports IPX. Ubuntu 18.04 included IPX as a module out of the box. So, okay. Nah, I'm good with my backup from earlier. I'm feeling brave and probably overconfident. So let's see if it boots up. Like, let's see if we can actually start thy system. Cursor, where are you? There you are. Okay. So, did I put the right... I don't think I put the right disk in. No, I did not. So, I need to put the OS exec disk in. It's kind of sad that we don't have working networking, because then we could have all the fun of a Novell network. IPX and Linux worked fine in 1804. I did actually play with it a little bit, and it did seem to work. It did. Hey, it actually started. We got the non-dead NetWare. I know it's short for non-dedicated, but I like that. So it actually worked. But I don't have... Oh, no, I have to put the shell disk in. That's right. So let's go put the shell gen... sorry, it's workstation gen in this version. So I should have a net free command. There we go. It's thinking about it. I may not have a working bindery. Let's see if we can log in. So we've got basic networking, but I think it's still kaput. Let's see here. Next video, explain NetWare, have fun with IPX. So VSO 266, I did actually allow that in my exploring Novell NetWare video. Someone can drop a chat. I can drop a chat because I had this distinct feeling NetWare broke. But I did do a video that it was one of my earlier videos, so it's really not up to the same level of quality as my older one, my more recent ones. But I still think it's a fairly comprehensive look at the topic. Let's see here. So, and I just noticed I have a whole bunch of notifications. Okay. So here, let me drop this. Okay. Well, make sure you like and subscribe because it really does make a huge difference for me and the channel. Okay, I think this is crashed. I mean, it should not take this long to log in supervisor, which suggests that something shat the bed. Although it's completely possible that the login binary is not correct. So let's give it the free finger salute. Then we're going to have to run vrepair again, and then we're going to try and load the public files again because magic. That's how this runs. Okay, so drive B, we need system 2. Yeah, we're going to have to run vrepair again because we just hard crashed. Oh, God. Why does OBS keep changing my views? Stay. Okay, so that's going to run vrepair. 1. I don't want to print a report. Okay. So, alright, so that's going to run. Danico, this apparently feels like this feels like a bad data recovery day if you're having DD rescue problems. So, we'll see. That being said, this is not erroring out, but I'm suspecting what happened was that login exe mismatched, and that's why it hung. So I suspect we're going to have to get on the installer to copy in new files. I think it's the only way we're going to actually do the upgrade. But the flip side is I don't think we've lost data yet. I'm not completely sure because we had no data on there to begin with, but, you know, it's the thought that counts. And Amstrad NC2000. I didn't even realize Amstrad made any CPM machines. I know there was ways to do it with like an add-on on some of the Amstrads, but I didn't realize they made a first-party CPM machine. Like, I like using CPM on my Commodore 128, but I also will fully acknowledge that Commodore did not do a particularly good job with the 128. And more specifically, Commodore was on drugs when they made the C128. It's an interesting computer for all the wrong reasons. That is my summary of the Commodore 128. So, okay. So now we're going to have to do this again because yay vrepair. The CPC 6128. Let's see here. Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, I've had mixed results with software that has to be modified to run on CPM. Like, I couldn't even get, like, WordStar 3 worked correctly on my C128, but I couldn't get WordStar 4 to work correctly. But, I mean, that is kind of the state of affairs with CPM, is that compatibility issues are more the norm than not. So, okay, so this is booting up. System 2. All right, so let's put the System 1 disk in. Let us try this again. Let's see here. 3-inch AMSOFT discs. Oh. Pietro, that's not good. That's the opposite of good. It reminds me I have to go to Advanced Auto Parts. I actually got a really handy tip for trying to rejuvenate the Compact Portable's disc belts that I need to put into practice. Someone recommended carb belt repair, which a rejuvenator, in the comments section, and I'm figuring I've got nothing to lose by trying it. So I have to go down to Advanced Auto Parts. There's one near me. It's just a matter of actually going to do it. Combined with the fact that, at least for the moment, I'm not super in the mood to work on the portable. I mean, I want to finish it, but I mean, I've got 2 other major projects that I have sitting in boxes, and working on hardware at the moment has been depressing. So, like, I know what my next 2 videos are going to be, and they're all going to be software-based for reasons. So, Nux, I don't really know that much how different the UK versus US CPC machines are. It's probably close enough because CPM has a very high level of abstraction, so I mean, it's possible there was a timing issue, but it really depends on how different the 2 machines are between the regions. I won't claim to be an expert with Amstrad stuff. So, all right. So the disk swapping has begun. System 1. Definitely progress being made here. Progress City is looking good. Stay on target. Stay on target. Stay on target. Okay. Why can't we lost our server name, so overflow. Limit disk space. So this is all correct. So far, so good. The U underscore, I hit some keys on the keyboard by accident, so I don't think that was disk corruption issues at the moment. It could be, but I'm not convinced. So let's try this again. And someone is dragging something down. It sounds like someone's tied an engine to the back of a pickup truck and is just running down the street with it. I mean, one of the big problems I've been having the last few weeks is they're replacing the water main around the block from my apartment. So they're digging up all of the boulevard that I live off of to replace this thing. So at like all hours of the day, you just hear the jackhammers and more just going constantly. All right, so copying files to sys.login. So it installed the new login.exe. All right, I'm just going to sit here and kind of have things clean. Why is the fail counter not showing up? Why is the fail counter not showing up? Come back, fail counter. You're needed. Because the fail counter apparently decided it was going to be in a non-rep. Seriously, fail counter, come back. There we go. Fail counter's back. You know, the problem is I can't even Google the error message to find a potential solution. I have an idea. I have an actual idea. It's probably a bad idea, but I have an idea. So let us put, so right now, okay. So we know that we can start up NetWare 2.2, but we can't log in. But what if we put the NetWare 2.15 disk in? Can we log in? Can we log in enough to copy over the system files? I mean, it could be a problem with the source file. These dumps were never tested. I've already found corruption in a bunch of other dumps. I had to take 2 separate builds and stitch them together to get this to work, or to get 2.15 to work. But we don't give up that easily on the NCommander channel. We don't give up until our brains start leaking out of the things that brains leak out of. Yes, I know, it was elegant. But I'm not giving up just yet. Because when you have imagination... Okay. Is the video frozen? No, it's just my replay is frozen. Okay. Okay, alright. Yeah, we're not giving up that easily. So let's see if we can start with NetWare 2.15 again, which was the previous version that we were using. I mean, this is really like proof on why the NetWare admins guys got big bucks. Okay, that's actually not the disk we need, but we're in the right direction. So let's put the OS exec disk in for the old version of NetWare. And let's see if it'll start. Okay. Fingers crossed. You know, I just realized it might be having a Y2K issue, but... You know, maybe it's trying to stack as many times as there's years. Because, you know, I've seen Y2K problems and weird and interesting things. Yeah, the Nico, there's nothing, you know, there's the one thing worse than finding nothing on Google is when you find the one person that had the same problem that you did with no solution. Okay, we have some file corruption issues. Yes, abandoned error report. I should have abandoned volume mounting, but we didn't. All right. You know, I'm wondering if we need more memory. I actually suspect we need more memory. So, here's what we're going to do. So, let's first see if we can log in. So, net3, which will give us the NetWare shell. So, login supervisor. Does it hang or does it load? Yeah, no, I think we have some disk corruption issues. I think the Bindery may have given up. So Bindery is NetWare's user and name database, and I think it gave up. Why is Foon finding something that runs QNX on top of Linux? And my second thought is, what horrible remote control has he taken part again that's running Flash? So, all right, I think we need to restore the backup. Chat, do you think it's time to restore the backup? Because at this point, I think it's time to restore the backup. Why is... Sorry, the idea of Foon taking a rental car apart, I just see him finding a zip disk at the center of the thing and having a mental breakdown. I mean, that just sounds like how a Foon thing it is. Yeah. So, all right. Let's restore the backup. Fortunately, I don't have to do this with period correct tools. Although that might be a fun stream of, here's how you do data recovery with period correct tools, because I've already done... Alright, so before NCommander goes any more crazy. Okay, I don't know what we're listening to. I almost wonder if having music on the stream was a bad idea. Because most of my streams have been silent on the BMG, but we'll see. All right. All right. Wine, drive C, users, root. All right. So, okay. So NetWare disks, NetWare root backup here, and then restore. And, you know, actually, one thing I should do is I should give this VM a bit more memory. And, you know, I'm going to just kill the BMG at this point. I don't normally, like, I don't normally mind it, but I think at this point, it's starting to overstay its welcome. So now we have more memory. Maybe it'll complain less. Okay. Well, I've meant to have music on other streams, and I guess I'll bring it back. But I guess I can only listen to so much BMG. So I'll just keep my speakers low. Like, it's fine. This is fine. Everything is fine right now. As he says, you know, as everything bursts into flames. So let's first see if we can still, let's see here. Let's just see if we can boot the system up. So NetOS. And fingers crossed. Let's see if we still get that error about it caching. Okay. I'm really hoping this all works. Okay. So, Leonardo, since you are new here, I tend to stream. I stream on weeks I don't do a video release. So what's been happening on average is I've been streaming every other week. I do post a lot of community posts. Which basically announces what I'm working on, what I'm planning on streaming. I don't know if I'll do another NetWare stream in the near future for reasons. This doesn't seem to be a super popular topic, and I don't chase views that closely, but I am aware of it because when you have a bad performing video or stream, it kind of sets the tone for the next few. So to an extent, you do have to chase trends, but that's sort of the life of being a YouTuber. So this is a general improvement. By giving the system a little bit more memory, we can now mount vol sys without any issues. So let's put this. Okay, so that suggests that the system is somewhat happier than it was before. So, okay. So login, supervisor, or actually we want to go console. Okay. Do not hang. Do not hang. Why is this hanging? I have thought about doing the 1 to 11 video stream, but so many YouTubers have done that before. I mean, Michael MJD has entire long form video of doing it on real hardware. So there's that. So I definitely want to do more NetWare in the future. Yeah, but so here's the thing is that when you're a smaller channel, you just can't mimic the bigger ones and expect success. You have to have your own identity when you are on YouTube. It's why I chase things that no one else chases. And there's actually some really weird stuff that I want to look into involving the internationalized versions of Windows 3.1. So, yep. Yeah, you know, actually changing the server date's not a bad idea, and we should do that. just to add that extra bit. So let's not synchronize time with host. And let's turn the clock back. Because everyone knows that if you just ignore a problem, it goes away. The fail counter overflowed, Ernest, which should give you an idea of this is going well. All right, so what's a good date? Let's go with May 13th, 1991. You know, that's a good year. That's a good year. Community posts on PC show up on the main page of YouTube. You just have to scroll down a bit. If you have the bell, I believe you also get a notification on my channel if you have the bell and I post one. So I never use YouTube on mobile, but that's partially because I live in New York City. Well, I live in Jersey City, but I go to New York all the time. And we don't have a working phone coverage in our subway. So you can't really watch YouTube on the train here. Like, it's not a thing that can be a thing. I mean, it'd be nice if it was a thing. But it's not. All right, anyway. So we turn the clock back. All right, so let's go to OS exec. Or why am I starting up the system when it's probably not what I want to end up doing? I think we just want to try the upgrade process. I have this distinct feeling that something is horribly, horribly broken, but I'm not sure what to do about it. All right, let me run vrepair. So I believe that's utility exec for this version of NetWare. That gives me disk ed, and it gives me COMPSURF. That's no and no, please. That's COMPSURF. I really don't. COMPSURF is not a good thing. vrepair is NetWare's version of check disk. Because I want to see if there's something more seriously wrong here. Okay, so here's vrepair, drive type 1. What? What? That didn't do anything. What? So COMPSURF is NetWare's comprehensive surface scan utility, and it's a destructive diagnostic of a hard disk that takes hours to run and is of dubious value. No, I rolled the Nico. I rolled back the hard drive. So this should be the correct. This should be correct, and the hard drive is correctly configured in BIOS. This was working. Emphasis on the word was. Let's just try that again. Did I just do something wrong? One. Okay, apparently that... I don't want to know why it didn't work the first time, but fine. Alright, so let's let vrepair work. So this is vrepair running off the restored backup that we took. Okay. We're booting to DOS because we don't have working networking. So we're using a non-dedicated version of NetWare 286, so I can at least demonstrate it, because I had an entire thing at the beginning of how many things went wrong, and there was a lot. Yeah, I'm thinking we're having some file system corruption here. I'm looking at these errors, and I'm not having warm, happy, fuzzy feelings. It's like, you know, this is fine. This is all fine. It's how do you get that much file system corruption from, like, just one thing? Yeah. I don't know. It's magic and ponies and magic. So, I definitely do want to look at the BSDs, but if I cover the BSDs, it's going to be the older 386 BSD. I'd probably cover lights. I might even I probably would also cover like NetBSD 0.3. Okay. So that's V repair complete. Do a hard reset to reboot the system. So, yeah. What's a B26 auction, Petro? Yeah. So, the fact of the matter is that a lot of people really have a lot of love for NetWare and remember it as a solid system. But I think a lot of that is nostalgia filter talking. Plus, NetWare only officially supported their own certified for NetWare. When you ran NT on hardware compatible less stuff, it was great. So I feel like NT kind of gets a bad rap because personally I found NT to be much more stable than NetWare. So, okay, we just got all that done. Let's try and see if we can boot the system now without it breaking catastrophically. Because if I somehow corrupted this before... Alright, so there's NetOS. NetWare support lasted until 2009, with the official replacement being SUSE Enterprise Linux. So, see, I still have a positive opinion of NT4, and really NT 351 was when it probably became production usable. Although admittedly it wasn't until 2000 until they got all the main kinks out. I mean, a lot of the thing is that NetWare was essentially unchanged from these versions until NetWare 3. NetWare 3 has a fair bit more streamlining than this does, but a lot of things have not fundamentally changed, and they're both giant pains to work with. I mean, I mostly go through the numbers of why NetWare is... the difficulties in administrating NetWare and similar. So, okay. So, we have... So, console.com is 0 exe. So, yeah, I'm thinking we have some file corruption problems here. I mean... Yeah, no, we definitely have some file corruption problems here. I think it must have corrupted his hard drive. Frack me. Yeah. It is possible. So there is plan B, but plan B is not a very good plan, but there is a hope. Yeah. So here's what we're going to do. Short of reinstalling the entire operating system, let us find where login.exe is on the install disks. Because we can just use the copy on the install disks to log in, and then from there I can copy new files on. So here's system. And it's right there on the system disk. So, okay, let's go with that. I mean, we could also just I could just do the install. Actually, let's go into Netgen and see if we can fix this install. All right. But I mean, this literally was all caused by a single system crash. All this misbehavior, which really makes me wonder how stable NetWare was in production. If one major nasty shutdown could do this, because basically it doesn't look like it flushed to the hard disk. So all I have to do is NetWare installation, and that hopefully we've now got some nice upbeat music to listen to. Okay. Petro, I tested that the OS was fine pre-upgrade. I shut it down to back it up, and apparently that shutdown broke the whole damn thing. So, you know, it's rather amazing on how it all kind of went to piece. I wonder if I have to do something. I think there must be an unmount command that I don't know about that you have to use. Because it's the only, there has to be a way to do a clean shutdown. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go back into NetWare 2.15 and I'm going to redo the copy file step. Because fortunately you can do that. Garf, I can completely believe that, but that's also partially because there's no reason to ever use the server console once it's actually been installed. So I did do a down, but I'm wondering if I have to do a manual unmount as well. I mean, there also could be problems with the media, with the install media. I've already had to glue together multiple sets to get this far. It's been messy. So select default install options. That's fine. That's fine. I don't want to use a network printer. I don't want a network printer. That's fine. Continue install. Okay. Copy. All right. There we go. That's doing the copy public file step. Well, Ernest, back in the days of NetWare, remote code execution was really not a thing in the way that we think about it in 2021. Because NetWare had ran in Ring 0 for performance reasons, both on the 286 and on the 386. Like, I've actually checked that with a debugger. And the GDT only exists with Ring 0 segments. So it's a thing. So, okay, so gen data. Okay, so right now we're just copying all the data and replacing all the dead files. What is... I don't want to know what... So, Foon is apparently taking apart a car, which should be disturbing on far more levels than I currently know what to deal with. But, yep. Okay. So... Okay. So far so good. Everything is fine. Okay. Crossing my fingers that everything is good. Okay. So OS exec 2. Yep. So, so he's taking apart the open source software. Okay, that sounds more like a Foon thing, because the thing is, I can also see Foon taking apart a car. Like, you know, I could just see him doing it. Yeah, well, for those who don't know what we're talking about, let me drop a link in the chat. Foon is... He does horrible things to old... no, that's not what the link I wanted to drop was. Okay. The link I actually wanted to drop was this one. There we go. Okay, so gen data. And he does horrible things to devices. The one I remember, one of his early ones, is he built a real-life Myst book, and then he rickrolled people with it. Like, it would do the Myst introduction of flying over the island, and just as you were about to land on the dock, it cuts to Aston Martin. Or, Rick Aston. Apparently, NCommander's brain has reached maximum NetWare capacity. You know, it's like, I feel like the more I do with NetWare, the more memories and basic human functionality goes away with time. It's like, you know, I don't need to remember high school geometry. I can take up that knowledge with Advanced NetWare 286, which is a skill that'll last well in life. Oh, you wish that using NetWare was a nice. Well, the thing is that Petro, what does NetWare and an Aston Martin cost? They'll both spend enough time in the shop and give you a bill that will cause a heart attack. Because I actually knew someone with an Aston Martin, and oh boy, his maintenance bills were the thing of horror. So, okay. And suddenly my viewership drastically drops. Don't worry, NK, we're not going to give you up. You know, like, if I really want to go for, like, a meme Linux stream, I really should probably take North Korea's Red Star Linux. Because that's a thing that exists that I've always wanted to take apart. But I feel like it's going to be such a deep rabbit hole that I'll never see the other end of it. North Korea officially runs on Linux, and it's called the Red Star operating system. And of course, they don't publish the source code to it. What I remember, older versions were built on Red Hat. I think modern ones are built on Debian. Well, the Nico, I have the greatest exploit. I have raw sector access to the hard drive. They made it look exactly like Mac OS. I don't know why, but I personally find modern Mac OS to look just tacky. It reminds me of like a UI mock-up that someone actually shipped in production. Both watermarks all files and locks them to a single machine. Wow. Yeah, I do remember Durango 1 installed Red Star. Like, he's done a lot of... Like, I've always... People have compared me to him, but it's like, he really goes that extra mile. I have to appreciate that. And... Like, he posted that video back in May on the year-long Packard Bell restore, and, like, I'm not sure I'd go that far to get Netscape, to get Packard Bell Navigator, because a Legend was, like, one of my first computers. Like, I remember Navigator really clearly. So, yep. Yeah, like, I feel like I'm, like, a more technical Durango 1 who actually uses a table, and instead of saying vapors and smokers, I'm like, this'll go well. This is your host, N Commander, and today we're going to experience pain. That's my version. The Nico, no. I'm going to pretend I didn't see what you posted in my chat, which is what he said was pure Darwin, because I have actually recompiled Darwin from source code. And not only just Darwin, I did Darwin 0.3 on Rhapsody. And if you know what that is, you know far too much about Apple prototypes than anyone should. I mean, we could do, like, I feel like when I get to 7,000 subscribers, I feel like I should do something horrible with, like, I should set it either as a Patreon goal, or I should set it as the subscriber benchmark is. When we reach this point, I will make myself suffer with Darwin, because there is nothing good under the Darwin, hood. It's just pure rust and arthritis. Like, I have legitimately continued to be amazed that Apple hasn't put a bullet in Mach. Like, I'm literally flabbergasted they don't, like, take IOKit and port it to FreeBSD. I don't think I could do Risk IX, but Nux, I don't know if you've seen it. The previous stream I did was installing Slackware 1.1, and I even got X to work, which really is horrifying when you think about it. The next video I'm doing on the channel is going to be Solaris 7. And I did so many horrible things in Slayer 7. Like, if people have seen the community page of my channel, there was FrameMaker, there was WordPerfect. There may have been an for Unix as well. So, you know, make sure you hit that subscribe button. I do actually would love to look at Risk. I don't know Risk IX, but there are quite a few. I would like to dive into Xenix. And it's kind of why I've embraced live streaming, because there's a lot of topics that I'd love to experiment with, but I don't know if I can make a dedicated video about. I mean, how different, you know, most of the Unixes are not that different. I mean, if I want to do a video on Intel Unix, and yes, that is in fact a thing, how much can I say about it? So, let's see here. All right, so this is the last disk. So if system files installed successfully, strike a key when ready. So put disk support in. So I'm going to shut it down after this and make another backup. I am going to hug my backup. All right, so let's exit Netgen. All right, so let's do a shutdown. And then let's take a backup of the hard drive, because at this point failure is an option. So root backup 2. Okay. All right. Backup has been made. Let's boot her up. If you have to a code for Motif, I'm extremely sorry. I love Motif's look and feel. Motif is one of the worst programming APIs I've ever worked with. Excuse me. If you need to post a link, I can mark you as an approved user, so you can just post it. Actually, it doesn't look like I can do that from the web UI. I'd have to go into the admin panel. Forget what I just said that. So, okay. Let us see if the system actually fracking works, because we just reinstalled everything. So if we put the OS exec disk in, NetOS, and then it should ask us to switch disks. Come on, work, work. I command thee to work. The fact of the matter is everything imitates Tickle. Like, if you go all the way back to the... So, for context, for people who are watching this later, Pietro brought up about Tickle and TextUI, and, you know, when you really go back to it, there are two origins of all modern UIs, and that's either NextStep or Tickle. Because, I don't know, like, at least on Unix, everything feels like it goes all the way back to Tickle. And, you know, that's like another thing that Sun inflicted on us. Because Tickle came from TLC, which came from Sun. So really, the proprietor, or the origin of like everything good and bad about Unix came from Sun. And I don't know how I feel about that. Okay. So far so good. So let's run net3 install the shell. NetAW is 3D controls. Okay, hold on. Well, X11 doesn't really support anything besides English. It doesn't handle it that well. So, okay. We've installed, we've logged in. Or let's see if we can log in. Supervisor. Good afternoon, Supervisor. Do we still have our bindery database? Like, is there still an NCommander user here? There is still an NCommander user. So we've managed to descrew the system. So is there an unmount command? Let's see here. Mount. So I want to check the manual. What is the proper way to down a file server? Because obviously what I am doing is not correct. So let us look at the manual on how you actually shut down a server. So, all right. UPS down. Let's try shutdown. Power off. You would think that it would be easier. Yeah, let's see here. Down. Download shell files to floppy disk. You know, it's probably in the system administration manual, which I don't have. Or let me see here. Novell NetWare 215 system administration manual. I have the NetWare user. Ah, here we go. Nope, that's 6.5. Yeah, no. I can't find a manual for this version of NetWare. We have no manual. Use down plus empty space. Let's see here. I mean, that talks about the UPS shutdowns. Where to create public directories. It doesn't tell you how to turn the damn thing off. In later versions of NetWare, you just type down. Down and exit's actually what you do. So let me try down and exit. Yeah, but see, it then tells you to overflow's been shut down. Please reboot to restart. And then file corruption. Unless there was... And apparently I have an emulated keyboard error. But I can press F1 to bypass it because magic and ponies and magic. And I don't know. It's... If we keep thinking like this, my head might explode. All right, you know, I'm just going to let's just go for it. Let's just try this upgrade process a second time. So, let me run vrepair to make sure everything is in good standing. So is it an accurate emulation if you accurately emulate the failures? Okay. All right. So vrepair is going to tell us if we've got any problems with the hard disk. We've got all the files sorted. So fingers crossed. I'm interested to see if we actually get anywhere. Dismount. Oh, you know, you're right. It might be dismount. And look, there's file corruption errors right there. Let's see what else might be corrected. You're right. I think it is dismount. I'm going to check that for that in the documentation while you look at that. No hits for dismount. Let's see here. Command halt. Let's see here. Yeah, let's figure out the right way to shut it down. So apparently NetWare was solid as a rock unless something actually went wrong, in which case it just completely goes. Okay, make corrections permanent. Okay, vrepair complete. I mean, it sort of makes sense that NetWare keeps things in memory like system, but there should be nothing changing those files. So I don't understand how it gets corrupted. Like, we down the server. It would be really nice if we had the rest of the manual. Like, I literally have half of an install manual, and like the other half probably has all the ancient arcane knowledge that I'm looking for. And Hallian, hello. I'm hoping you're having a great day, or at least it's going better than mine. So, let us go back to OS Exec 1. Net OS. Okay. I mean, I could run strings on the binary and see what I find. And, it's not the stupidest idea I've ever had. So let's do it. So, OS Exec 1. So, okay, let's... Because here, look, commands. Running strings on the binary works. So like, here we go. Lock, unlock, send, mount, dismount, unload, track on, track off. There's things here. There are things that we can work with. So down and dismount. I think dismount is what we need. So let's see if running strings on the binary was the correct thing to do. Okay. So this is booting up. I need to put the shell disk in while it does so. All right. So net helps if I spell it right. And it helps if I put the right disk in as well. Still helps if I spell it right. Like I said, I can't find any documentation talking about VAPs. That's value add processes. Okay, so here's console. So let's see here. Can I dismount? Dismount sys. Dismount 0. Okay. Broadcast test. Right, but I've got no one actually connected, so that doesn't actually help us. All right. So, all right. So do I guess I need to down, dismount, so okay, hold on, let's see what commands we have to work with. So we have mount, dismount, purge, track on, track off. Let me try disk. So that's physical disk statistics. Yeah, so you can see, so I guess it's dismount 00? No. Dump just gives me a memory dump, so that doesn't help. Config doesn't say anything about the hard drive. Let me just try dismount A. No. Here. So maybe that Ernest, you might be right. Dismount 0, dismount all, dismount sys. Because in the installer it uses what's called channels to define all this, but that doesn't help. Let's see here. Name disk. Let's see here. Track purge. Doesn't help. You know what? Let's see what Novell NetWare dismount. Let me see what the syntax is in later versions of NetWare, because sometimes that helps. So in later versions of NetWare, it just says use the volume name to dismount. That is useful. Yeah, that is, let's see here, NetWare 2. Doesn't help. Everything here is from like much later versions of NetWare. What amazes me, we managed to install the entire thing and now we can't figure out how to turn it off. Let's see here. So that just says the digits. So dismount 2? Okay, so dismount 2 did not work. Dismount, overflow, sys. See, I've already downed the server, so now I can't reboot. Halt. Yeah, see. Right, and then doing DAWs just hangs the stupid thing. There is a way to list mounts, but how can it be this hard to shut a system down? All right, let me think about this. If we go into the Netgen disk, which is how you reconfigure the system, and like I don't really want to do this, but fine. Because we can just restore. I'm going to restore the backup before we try the upgrade one more time. See, you can't. The thing is that you can't dismount system before the system goes down, because sys is needed to do anything in NetWare. All right, let me see what else we have to work with. So the mount table should be automatically loaded. I'm currently looking for the strings of the binary. While we do this. So let's go to NetWare installation, because that way we can see the disk configuration. And chat, I want you to just let me know if you want me to just try doing the upgrade process again, or if we just want what we want to do. Okay, put the support disk in. Let's see here. I am deeply curious and confused. Like this feels so much harder than it needs to be. And like I said, none of the documentation, of course, is archived, so, you know, sucks to be you. I mean, all this stuff is like written in assembly, so even strings doesn't like help me figure out what command line arguments are. I mean, here, let me go full screen. So, or actually, since we're now fully up and running, so channel 0, controller 0, drive 0. All right. So let us see. So drive list is correct. Continue installation. Okay. So here's the volume. And then yeah, see, I'm not seeing anything here that helps explain things. Yeah, I tried exit after down. If you look at shutting down in the index, guess where it takes you? Or are you saying like the actual index? Am I missing something here? All right, let's go back to the table of context. Actually, I installed the online help. Hold on. Hold on. There is a resource that we have not used. We went through all the trouble of installing the online help. We should use it. Like, we have there is a resource that we have not used. You know, this is what you know, like the hardest thing I've ever do as a tech guy is making a UI element appear on a web page. This is the 80s version of it. Is figuring out how you down the damn file server. Okay. I think I missed the actual I think I missed the link to the PDF. I may have gotten distracted at the worst possible moment. Let me check the online help. And then let me find that PDF that was linked to. Yeah, no, I have the BitSavers one. I have the BitSavers one. So let me look at the menu. So I'm looking at the index all the way at the bottom. Okay. All right, so we've got this up. I'm going to check the online help. So Shawgen 2. God, how is it that we somehow discovered that turning off NetWare is harder than installing it? I mean, this is what the takeaway here is. So login supervisor. Wow, look at all those temp files. Look at all those temp files. Those are all bad sector stuff. That's not the one I'm reading. I'm reading NetWare installation instructions. Oh, look, access denied. There's a message you don't see on let's see here. Flag star.temp read write. Okay. I have the distinct feeling that getting rid of those temp files is going to be easier said than done. Look at all those bad sectors. That's like that's a whole bunch of stuff that it just found bad at some point. Let me go into Filer and see if I can get rid of them from there. Let's see. Let me get file information. There's got to be a way to delete them. No, I tried doing dismount overflow syslog, and that works in later versions of NetWare. Okay, apparently running Filer with this many files in a directory is not a smart idea. So, oh, there we go. All right. Like, okay, so I can delete stuff from here. It's just annoying, but I can delete it. So let me see here. Attributes. Yeah. The thing is that this was one of the problems I flagged with NetWare, is that to do basic tasks with NetWare was quite difficult, and there was not a lot of scripting facilities in the operating system. You can probably hear me tapping the keys on my keyboard as I'm trying to delete all these files. There's got to be a better way to do this. There's got to be a better way to do this. Hold on. Flag. So flag is how you change these attributes. So it's here. Flag star.temp. Flag star.temp read write. So here. Flag. Flag file path. All right. You know, I don't think it actually matters. So let's go into the online help and see what the down thing says. Oh, I'm going to look at that right in a moment. You know, hold on. Let's flag read write temp. Flag not read only. Let me just see if I can do this for one file. So login.exe read write. Let's see here. Login. Like this I should know. Normal. Okay. That worked. Maybe it doesn't work with wildcards. Like, do I really have to do this one by one? Let's see here. Flag netbadgg.temp read write. Let's see here. Not read only. Normal. Okay, so hold on. Flag star normal. Does that actually work? Yeah, that actually works. That is slow. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, it probably is. Wow, that is impressively bad. This is how you do. So this is how we used to take the trash out in the kit. You know, take the trash out. There's going to be someone a century from now who's researching early networking, who's going to be trying this piece of fine engineering and suffering. Well, the help in the program didn't exactly mismatch because the program did say use flag. It's just... Well, the thing is that this software was created mostly within my lifetime. And I do say mostly because I didn't exist in 1987. I existed in 1988. It's still going. It's still going. So once we do this, then we can check the online help and we can figure out how to down the file system. This should not be an achievement in life. Figuring out how to turn it off should not be this hard. But then again, if it was a mainframe, I don't even know where you'd begin in trying to figure, you know, you're looking for the IBM manuals. Okay, so this is like procedure 1 of 300 on how you turn off a System 390. It's still going. The thing is that this is all on localhost. This is all on localhost. You know, there's no network delay here. Yeah, but Ernest, if you turn the power off on Vi, it doesn't corrupt your file system on the way out. You don't have to do this if your Vi editing session has gone to shit. You at most lose one file. We lost a file system. I mean, there are degrees of garbage. And let's be honest, this is very rank garbage. This is proper. This is the Coca-Cola of evil. This is not the Diet Coke. This is the proper Coke. And these are all probably empty sectors. So, I don't think it's the VM, although it could be. I mean, I do have a 286 here. It doesn't have a network card, but I mean, I could install NetWare on it. That's a thing that I could totally do. It's a compact 286 SLT. So, I mean, that's how you got people at Novell to get bigger hard drives. You just fill up, you know, you just round up the number of bytes. So Cume is really garbage at running older operating systems. Like, this is supposed to be relatively cycle accurate to old school PCs. So we're in the queues. I'm wondering how much longer this is going to take, and I'm hoping I'm still going to be able to delete, because I just realized that this is non-shareable files, so hopefully I'll just be able to delete them. But you know, this is what you were paying your Novell admins back in the day for. They were playing snipes, they were deleting trash files, and they were just collecting a paycheck. Yeah, there were about 600 of those files. We're currently watching them scroll by. Okay. Arch has always surprised me with new and impressive ways to flat out ignore hard drives. So, Pietro, I don't know if you watched my 486, my Intel Professional Workstation videos, how I had a very interesting case of hard drive not existing. Yeah, I actually think you're right. I was going to Aster with Filer, but, you know, I don't want to break my keyboard, damn it. Because at least, you know, this is just watching, this is watching progress prompts. And you know, the thing is that unlike Arch, NetWare didn't have a wiki. You know, it's the most you would have is a bulletin board system, and that's actually how Novell sent updates. If you had a support contract with Novell, you could dial into their BBS and download updated clients. Because I've discovered that patches I need for certain projects only existed in such form and have not been archived. Because, of course not. We're in the W's, and people said it went into the Y's. I know. So the fact of the matter is that people are sitting here watching me delete files, or not even deleting files. We're preparing to delete files. Oh my God! We just discovered what Windows does when it says it's preparing to delete the recycling bin. This is what Windows is doing when it's trying to delete the recycling bin. We have literally discovered the delete file step. This is fine. This is all fine. This is all good. There's nothing wrong with this picture. Maybe, oh, okay, there we go. It's done. It's done. So now, can I just do del temp? Well, that worked. That actually worked. I'm suspicious. Okay, I guess that all worked. It's done. That's done. All right, so let's go into online help. Let us read the manual. Like, we're going to actually read the manual. So this talks about all the commands that exist. Ah, here we go. Dismount. So dismount, diskette pack number, and removable volume number. Let's see here. So it's from a removable volume that can be removed from the server. Let's see here. You cannot use this command with NetWare 68 file servers. Holy cow. Alright, so let's figure out how you properly shut down a server. So that would be the down command. Okay. And shuts down the operating system for... Be sure always use the down command. Yeah, so there was NetWare for the 680XO. It was custom hardware. It's never been dumped. It's never been preserved. We only know it exists through references to in other products. So I don't think we can shut this down safely. I think it's... Oh, wait, off. No, okay, so off just turns the monitor off. That doesn't actually help us. Does anyone see a command here that might... I'm not seeing anything here that helps. We have check volume. It's probably just, maybe it is just an emulator problem. Maybe it's perfectly fine on real hardware. Maybe this is all just a dream. I mean, in some ways that does actually make sense, because the way the hard drive microcontroller works, it would, let's see here, let's see what Clear Station does. Yeah, so I think basically we're just flirting with disk corruption. Here. Breaks communication between a workstation and a file server. Okay. I mean, we're not, like, no one in their right mind is running NetWare 2.0 in a virtual machine for some legacy. You know, there's probably someone who's doing that. There's probably somewhere, someplace that has a NetWare VAP that is keeping their billing system going. Well, disk mount is only for removable drives. You can't use it to unmount. Like if we go here under mount, you know, like I said, it's used for removable disks. So, okay, so I guess the thing I'm supposed to do is disable login. Disable login. And then I guess clear station. Okay. Let's see here. And then you could do monitor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I guess that's how you do it. It's strange, but all right. Let's try it. Console. So monitor 1. So we can see the stations that are here. So disable login. Clear station 1. Clear station 2. All right, so down. Okay. So there should be nothing. So doing an alt control delete here should not corrupt anything. I mean, it probably just did, but we have backups. And then we're gonna run v repair and see if there's anything wrong with the drive. And then we're gonna try the upgrade again. Because at this point, all right, let's. This is how we know if there's something wrong with the system or not. No, no, no. Yes. So is there any? So chat, let's take a. I think we need to change the fail counter to corrupted. And now that I've done that, I've guaranteed that we're not going to find any disk corruption. Let's see here. Okay. Well, so far it hasn't made any errors. It's apparently clear station is what you had to do. I mean, this is the first time we've run V-Repair and it hasn't complained. Yet. So. Change the font. Oh, I actually like that font. Do I have Winding? Do I even have Windings installed? Because I'm on Ubuntu, which means my fonts are a combination of bad and horrible. Like, I don't know what the Winding font is. Yeah, okay, so our file system is surprisingly not corrupted. And yeah, I don't apparently have a Winding font. Yeah, but then I'd have to install it into the system font directory, and installing fonts on Linux is like, I don't know, trying data recovery on an MFN hard drive, except harder. Yeah, okay, so let's go for the upgrade. At this point, we've learned how to shut down a NetWare server. It only took us 2 hours. Do I have Comic Sans installed? I don't think I do. I mean, if I don't have Windigs, I probably don't have Comic Sans. Oh wait, I have a font called Dingbats. That's like what it's actually called. And that just broke something. Like, the font just went away. Okay, now it's back in italics. Okay. Yeah, well, the thing is that I'd have to restart OBS for it to see new fonts. And I can't restart OBS without shutting down the stream. So for the next time, we're just going to put the file counter in italics. And you know what I think what I'm going to do after this is I'm going to order a pizza. Because you know what? No, you know what? No, I'm not going to order a pizza. I'm going to do something smart and intelligent, which does not involve NetWare. All right, so let's try this again. Okay, let us do the upgrade. So, do you want me to order 2 pizzas so I have redundant so I have pizza-based load balancing? Is this what we're going with? All right. Let's see here. I have a vendetta. Toastmaster, I think most people have a vendetta against font config. Okay, so non-dedicated, cafe, beef. Apparently we lost all our network settings, but that is fine. Actually, that makes sense because it would have to relink, so yeah, that's actually expected. So dead beef. Driver is AT standard. Nope, that's not actually the right one. Industry standard. Verify off. I actually wonder if I should have verify on because maybe that's not helping my disk problems. Okay, and then we have to finish. Okay, F10. Pineapple on pizza. See, as long as the pineapple on pizza doesn't come with ham. So, that's... I have no problem with pineapple, but ham has no place on a pizza. And that is the smallest hill I will die upon. So, okay. So far, so good. Alright. We're currently linking Z-test, which is the zero-track test. How can you have disk issues on a virtual disk? It's pretty easy. You run really crummy software. Okay. There's a really good pizza place near Journal Square, which I really enjoy going to. If you code a patch around a buggy hardware, does that mean that it's now expected behavior? It is no, Petro. It is actually linking, as in the compiler sense of linking. There are object files on the floppy disks, and new drivers are shipped in object file format and are linked into NetOS. That's why everything is hard-coded. There's no bind. There's no dynamic reconfiguration. This is why the disk swapping is done. Yeah. No, when it... And the thing is that every time it does a link, it rewrites the linked binary to the original floppy disks. So it's actually in changing the install media as I write it. Well, it's so. No, I'm not going down that. We're not going to talk about the. Here's the thing. Well, the thing is, I can't make the argument that Novell works. So there are valid reasons why you don't want to do dynamic loading on a 286. Primarily to start with seg and indentation. No, I made the argument that NetWare doesn't work. Like, no, it doesn't work with NetWare. We've learned this. It has, yeah, but NJ Road fan, how much was NetWare actually stable versus NetWare throwing money at NetWare admins? There's a lot of people that would say NT4 was stable because it sat in a closet and never saw the light of day for 20 years. I suspect Rosie McGowan is that once you get it going, it's pretty much set it and forget it. It's just... See, NJ Road fan, I found NT4 very stable. I never had any problems with it in production. The only time I had a serious NT4 problem was it was running Exchange 5.5 and the RAID controller shot the wrong hard drive in the head. So... and amazingly, we did manage data recovery on that. We had to restore Exchange from tape backup. And let me tell you, I'm really happy I don't have the hardware to reenact that experience because it was bad. It was really bad. Yes. RAID is good until it stops being good. Then it becomes bad. I mean, there's probably a lot of people that still have NT4 servers anywhere. Are you kidding? There's so much freaking infrastructure that ran on NT4 that I wouldn't be surprised that half of the US government still had NT4 hiding in a closet somewhere. Okay. Matt Dernack, I hope you have a great day. We're going to probably wrap it up sooner rather than later. Mostly is if we can, if we get this going. See, I've never had, I haven't had the HP RAID controller experience. HP's integrated lights out can freaking bite me. My God, how do you make something that shitty and charge that much for it? Oh no, wait, let me just ask Oracle that question. Whoever designed Lilo hated people. Like, I have no other explanation of what Lilo is like. So, Rosie, I'm glad that this has made the difference for your day, and I hope you like and subscribe, and I see you in the future. Let's see here. My problem with Lilo isn't so much the functionality, is the distinct lag between you type a command and the 5 to 6 minutes of when that command actually gets used. No, not Lilo, ILO. Well, Berg, the concept of ILO is not bad. It's just HP's implementation was made by idiots. So, yeah, okay, I'll actually give you that one. Eldrac is pretty bad, as in, like, who... So, yeah. Integrated Lights Out is what ILO stands for. And I worked with it pretty extensively on several corporate projects, and I grew quite a dislike of the platform. I just found it laggy and annoying to work with. And half the time, it didn't work the way it was supposed to. I mean, I suppose there are things worse, but... okay, so I guess that's the hill I'm dying upon. All right, so now we're putting the LAN drivers in. We are making progress. Okay. I don't remember what version of ILO this was. This would probably been about 2011, 2012. It was my formative ILO experience. So there is that. Yeah, okay, I'll admit that ILO beats nothing at all, but that's like saying a Trabant beats not having a car. It's technically true, but it's a crappy true. So, you know, just saying. Just saying. Okay, OS obj. Okay. I can't name you a better BMC because you're right. They all kind of suck. But I have a special place in hell for HPs. Just because I had to deal with it so much. I haven't had Trabant experience, but I worked with a guy who had Trabant experience. So I have secondhand Trabant experience. I mean, that's my story and I'm sticking with it. Okay. Okay. My brain is holding on. I am trying as best I can to stay engaged. But yeah, I'm just slightly starting to reach that limit. And I just realized that YouTube has a poll feature that I can use in chat. I never realized that was there. So that's good next time I need a bad idea. Okay. All right, so let's get off East German cars and I don't know. I almost feel like I should probably like grab something modern. Like I don't know what, but something modern so I can both make fun of it and be horrified at the same time. You really want me to do group-wise. Like, I have this distinct feeling that if I asked you to sponsor a video, like, you would do so. I'm a little bit afraid. Well, at least I'm not running it on intra-groupware. Modern and horrified at the same time. Arch Linux. You're not wrong. So NJ Road fan, I actually dumped Vines 5.0 and I did crack the copy protection. It's something I want to do a video on, but I've had a lot of trouble approaching the target. Let's see here. I mean, do you want it in live stream? Like, I almost feel like I should put if we get this much in Super Chat and or Patreon, I will do this as the next stream topic. Which is probably a horrible idea because God knows you guys are going to come up with worse ideas than I can. To install the OS to your file server, move to your file server and... Okay, yeah, so... We're back to this step, so now we need to copy public files and stuff. So, I'm not sure if I can just run NetOS. I don't think I can, so I think we have to go back to System 1 and do install. I thought about doing eDirectory, but I really wanted to play with NetWare 286 for quite a while because this is the one that causes most of the NetWare horror stories. And I'm beginning to see why this is the horror stories. Yeah. So Vines 5.0 has some serious bugs that don't let it initialize Street Talk on a brand new network. I also have a dump of 5.5, and I just accidentally quit out the installer. Yep. Tom Berg, I feel like I've denied you an important life experience that you should try this for yourself. You should experience the pain and suffering of early Novell networking. If I ever get the hardware to do so, I would be happy to try IBM PC LAN program because that was in fact a thing. So let's see here. All right, so continue, press enter. So that's all correct. Actually, I forgot to set that box before. So yes, perform actions. And then, all right, so that should be the only thing we need to do. I mean, I might be doing this entire install process wrong. It's possible. Yes, the project of yesterday and tomorrow will be the hopefully finally finishing. So, what's his name? Tube Time on recently he has the Stark Blaster MCV. So it is possible to homebrew your own Sound Blaster MCV card for microchannel if you're willing to do all the things required to do so. But yeah, like all the schematics, all the source code are available for free. And there was someone who's now making the AdLib, the MCA AdLib cards, because LGR did a video about those on Blurbs. Yep. Oh, my back just went pop. I would love to have a microchannel machine, mostly to point and laugh at it, but I'd also like it to do an authentic OS2 video. Because part of why I haven't done a video on OS2, it's just been live streams, is I feel like I can't give proper coverage of it without doing it on period correct hardware. Because, that's like documenting a train wreck while not being in the train wreck. It's like you're looking at a picture of a train wreck and explaining what the train wreck is. Yep. I thought he called it the Snark Blaster, not oh, that was the AdLib one, was the plaid bib. And then he did the Snark Blaster. So, okay, so the server name actually did actually get changed to you. So let's change it back to Overflow. Okay, F10. Okay. So far, so good. This is fine. Stay on target. Stay on target. Oh, man. Now I feel like I need to redo the entire trench scene from Star Wars, but with NetWare. That's a horrible idea. No, I shouldn't do that. That's like... No. Well, if I want... Toastmaster, you're not wrong, but yeah, no, you're not wrong. That's kind of what that boils down to. Yeah, I have a pass card in the Intel Professional Workstation. Come on. Don't ab-end. Don't ab-end. You can do it. It didn't ab-end. At least it didn't abend in the same place. I'm suspicious. Why is this working? Why is this working? Where is it going? When is it going to do the? You know, this is like. Well, I haven't done it yet, but we're getting there. Stay on target. You're in too close. It's still going. God, I'm feeling the indigestion. Like, I don't even want to say anything because... Come on. There is one abnormal end among us. D space. I really hope that's not... That's probably drive space, but I see that and I think of... Well, drive space. As in the compression, not the... There is one NetWare server among us. And the chat starts memeing. The thing is that you could create a clone of Among Us that could run on a 5150. You know, and that's not even the worst idea. Like, you could literally create an Among Us clone with a bunch of network cards and a text interface. OpenSUS. Oh my god, if I ever made a Linux distro, that would be have to be it. So, Pietro, the reason for drive space's existence is people using 20 or 30 megabyte MFM hard drives for far longer than they should have. They're Open Solaris. Like, I'm trying to imagine what various operating systems would be as Among Us roles. So, no, Pietro, drive space was when Microsoft got sued over double space, because that was a thing. Okay. All right, so now we're installing the printer drivers, which is a dangerous thing because printers don't do anything useful. They theoretically do things useful, but... Oh, now the NetWare server is asking for help. User Basta ICS. 13.2. 20 update. Some of these binaries I just kind of want to run because I can run them. It's still going. All right, so now we're asking for more help. Tired. 2 to 3. Wired. 13 to 20. So the thing is that NetWare 1.3 to 2.0, or is that OS2 1.3 to 2.0? Oh, God, what have I done? I should not make Among Us memes in my chat. Come on. Come on. System files installed successfully. I saw that message. That was, in fact, a thing that happened. Disk System 1 and... Installation of NetWare 2.2 is now complete. Alright, chat. I want to see how your faith is. Okay. Folks, there are now votes among you. So, all right, I've got the system disk in the drive. I'm going to let this run for, a couple more seconds. So the question is, are you guys intentionally trying to tie the poll or not? All right. So 62% say yes, 38% say no. You know, that's a really smart idea. I should, in fact, back this up. So we are going to back this up while you guys vote on the poll that decide if I fail or succeed. Okay. So let's just do that. So copy to image 3. We've done that. And then start her up. Okay. You are, I mean, that you know, this is, you know, it's still not as bad. You know, the votes are still not as bad as when I said bad things about the Free Software Foundation. Holy crap, that is a toxic waste dump of a comment section. Okay. 29 votes, 1 minute ago. And we currently got 54 people watching, which is not bad at all, especially considering how esoteric the topic is. Like, if I do a Linux video, everyone comes running in. NetWare, I mean, most people don't even know what the NetWare is. So I'm quite happy with that. All right. 3, 2, 1. I think NetWare is an imposter. They're at least a little sus. So, Tom Berg, I really want to do a video on football and OS2 and the 386. Did we actually manage to do an in-place upgrade of NetWare? I think we did an in-place upgrade of NetWare. Can we actually log in as supervisor? Because we got this far before. Attach the server overflow. We can pull the console up. We've got the monitor. Login supervisor. Oh, look, the search paths changed. The supervisor drives are now different than they were. So things have actually changed across the versions. But folks, I think I win. The 30% of you that had no faith in me, for shame. For shame. Let's see what got installed. So what's this 13 to 20 binary? What does this do? Oh, this converts old help to new help. Neat. So let's see what dspace is. Disk usage utility. So there's actually new things here. And you know, let's put it through more. Let's find some more commands to run. Okay, so I don't have a more. That's fine. Let's see here. What other commands can we run? Let's see if the bindery data actually migrated. Yeah, look, there's the end commander user. And his login script should still be here. And it is. Oh, you know, I had an idea. Let's run Dodgen. So, because if I ever have the opportunity, and I really doubt I ever will, this is... I thought there was a Dodgen binary here. That's how you do RPL and remote DOS booting. So, okay. So the thing is that I don't think there's an upgrade path to 3.0. We could get the manual out and take a look. Because I think I have the books handy. And we could see what it actually takes to upgrade to 3.0. So looking at the various commands we have, what do we want to play with? So, what's PSC? I think it's the print server. That's probably a print server command stuff. And setup. NetWare Setup Utility. This simple menu utility will help you get started. It will create users, their login scripts, and their home directories. Huh. I don't think this exists on later versions of NetWare. So, okay, let's create a new user. Let's call him Test. And then I guess I'll just create the user directory. I guess so. I like how it's not properly centered. You can see that here. But it's doing stuff. Okay. So, alright. So, that was a thing that what we did. No, it didn't crash. It just made you think it crashed. The true NetWare admin knows when the system is crashed versus not crashed. Man, I sound all crazy. So, let's see if the online help has actually changed. Well, it's a new version of Folio from Provo, Utah. There was a lot of software from Provo, Utah, and wow, that is a much more interesting. That's a much more comprehensive online help. Like, let's see if we actually search on how to do the down command. Oh, look, shut down server. My God, it's almost like people actually want to know how to turn off a server. From what I can tell, 3.0, I think, is migrate to a new box. But we'll take a look at the manual for it because we can't do the migrate to a new box unless we were to back up the entire server with the bindery and then restore it. Which, I mean, yes, we could do, but... yeah, so this is actually a rather comprehensive online help. Which is really nice. Let's see here. Yeah, but wasn't also WordPerfect Corporation in Provo? I mean, even before Novell bought them. And I know the Backit software came from Utah. It's like there was like this entire cottage industry of stuff that came out of Utah that was before or aside from NetWare. So, okay, so user list, dspace, viewer. What was our demo? I feel like this is something we looked at. Oh, yeah, this is the slideshow thing. Probably just a holdover from the upgrade process, because I don't think we have the tutorial program anymore. What's this set TT? Oh, this is set the transactional raw stuff. So, okay. All right, so I don't know what else we could look at here. I mean, stuff like fconsole is not that different. If I could spell. Yeah, like, this is, like, basically unchanged. And there's nothing really on the Y folder to look at, so... let's take a look at the NetWare 3.0 manual. I want to see what the upgrade path looks like from this point. So, retro documents. That's not where I have it. I thought I had all the NetWare documents saved somewhere. And I probably do, I just have to find them. Yeah, I think... is this them? Yeah, okay, here we go. They were in a zip file. Alright, so... install ENU. Alright, so here's the NetWare upgraded installation manual for 3.1, just because this is the manual I have handy. Because you can upgrade from 2.2 directly to 3.1. You didn't have to go for the other versions. So, upgrade existing. So, let me get something to drink. Alright, so let me drink. Pietro, I hate that comparison, but you're not wrong. So, apparently, Provo, Utah is data corruption home of the United States.
That helps. Okay. So let's see here. So upgrade an existing 2.1 or 3.0 file server to 3.12 using the NetWare migration utility or the NetWare in-place upgrade LMV. So I guess so. It is possible to do an in-place upgrade. What's that black box? Oh, that black box? That is an RX 6000 Itanium 2U server that has seen better days, but it does in fact work. So, okay, so there is in fact an in-place upgrade. Upgrading from NetWare 2.1x. Wait a minute. What about if you're upgrading from 2.2? And there's also a upgrade from IBM LAN Server 1.3 and PC LAN Program 1.3 using the migration utility. Okay. Which do we read first? Migration utility, in place upgrade. Oh, look, there's even more here. So steps for upgrading is you choose if you want to migrate in place or migration or in place upgrade. You upgrade the server. I love how the fact that these are two separate steps. And then prepare workstation and then workstation for DOS or Windows. Bring your servers to peak performance by reading optimizing network performance. I love how that has to be an actual step. All right, so how do you choose? So let's look at the upgrade scenarios. So upgrade options. Upgrade NetWare 2.x to 3.12. Across the wire migration. No risk of data loss. Can migrate many servers to one server. Can choose what to migrate. Same server migration. So there's a lot of ways to do this. Like, that is a ridiculous number of ways to do. I like the in-place upgrade from 2.1 or 2.2 to 3.10. If upgrade fails, you may have to restore your 2.1 data from backup. And same server migration. All right, so let's look and see how the in-place upgrade is actually done. I'm actually curious about this. So, okay, so we'd first have to upgrade the server to have a 386 processor. We can do that. Working copy of the NetWare system disks. Okay. NetWare server running 2.2, so that's completely viable. A backup device with a tape drive or DOS hard drive. Enough disk space to migrate. Ensure no volume has 8. Wow, I look at this. Back up your 2.1 system twice to ensure that you have a good backup. You feel like there's a support call that might have had to go with that? So, 2.0A could be in-place upgraded to 2.2. It was just version 2.0 that couldn't be in-place upgraded. So, yeah. So, you guys all want to see in-place upgrades. So, let's look and see what this requires. So, the first things you have to do is you have to get... So, at the server 2.1, you have to write the config, write down the essential stuff, and then it wants you to do all the worksheets and run bindfix. So, okay, so apparently, hey, look, I found the instructions on how you do down a NetWare server. I just had to look in the 3.0 manual. You type down. I have no words. I have no words. So, okay, so insert bootable install disk in drive A. Turn the server off and then on again. The server now boots with DRDAWS 6.0. So, okay. So right now it talks about running server. Yeah, so all this I expect.
And then these are the driver disks. So all this I know. This is all standard NetWare stuff. Yeah, binding the network interface. Macintosh. So here we go. In place upgrade. Do you want to run interactively? Create space for a DOS partition. Wow, so it can dynamically resize. Yeah, DR. So at this point, Novell had already bought Digital Research. They were licensing it beforehand, and then they just flat out bought them. So the upgrade process, I'm kind of tempted to try this. Load 2x upgrade. Let's see here. So this actually doesn't look that horrible. It doesn't look great, but it can be done. Yeah, the rest of this is just standard NetWare installation steps. We wouldn't have working network, but we could. The problem is, if we do the upgrade to 3.0 right now, we still wouldn't have working network. Because the problem is fundamental to how PCM... Well, actually, we might have working network. It is possible after the upgrade I might have a working network. I'm not convinced that I would, but I could migrate the data to a different VM that would. Vinos 266, I do want to do Windows 95 over the network. I literally need a ISA or ISA token ring card to make that a reality. And yes, you can, in fact, Pixie boot Windows 95. And I suspect it's even possible to do 98 or Millennium Edition. The problem isn't ton tap from the VM. The problem is actually a issue with PCMs and conversely 86box and Varchem's NE2000 emulation. Like, there's an actual implementation problem that prevents this from working because it only writes gibberish out to the network. It doesn't create properly formed packets. I was debugging this for most of yesterday, and I've debugged this in the past. So, conceivably, we could do this. In fact, if I migrated the whole mess to VirtualBox, I know, in fact, for a fact that this would work. The problem is that if I start the upgrade process to 3.0, or 3.1, I guess in this case, there's no longer a non-dedicated option. I need a workstation machine to actually do the second part of the install. So it's not... So Cume's NE2000 implementation works correctly, but Cume has other problems with NetWare. VirtualBox does not emulate an NE2000, period. It just doesn't. You know, I want to try this. I have no reason to think that this is going to work, but I just kind of want to try this, and I sort of have my second win for this stream. So, here. Okay, so first things we gotta do is we need to... Let's go back into the console. We're just going to kind of shits and giggles this. If this fails, so be it. So, we need to disable login, clear station 1, clear station 2, clear station 3, clear station 4. Okay. So now we just give it a bit. So, okay. So, I definitely want to see... Let's see if we can actually do the upgrade. So, Vios 266, the reason I didn't do it in the first place is because it runs too fast. VirtualBox would be running at 3 gigahertz, which is my... or 2.6 gigahertz, or whatever it is. And you really don't want to use VirtualBox with vintage operating systems. Like, you really don't. So even if we can't bring it up, I just kind of want to see what this upgrade process looks like, because I'm sort of thinking I might do an actual video on this, like upgrading for every version of NetWare. So let me see here. So let's go to machine. So let's convert the machine. So at this point, the machine should be thoroughly down. So let's convert to a 486 AMI clone with 32 megs of memory. So this machine just got a serious upgrade. All right. So let's get into the BIOS, because I have the floppy disks, so we can do this. We have the technology. We can rebuild him. So let's just follow the install instructions, because I have everything we need for this. So NetWare, in fact, I even have NetWare 312 on floppy disk. Okay. All right. Assuming I can get into the BIOS. Okay. So word of advice is that data migration across BIOSes doesn't work well. All right, let's just get the clock to something sort of sane. So let's say we're 1994. We're going to detect hard drive. Accept parameters. This is just the AMI BIOS palette at the time. It came in radioactive hot dog. Like, I didn't have to do this. It came that way. Yeah, so if this works, and I admit this is a fairly large if. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier, Nico, and it's really just... It's kind of depressing. I haven't really looked into the details of what happened with PCM. I've had my own real-life stuff. But, yeah. I mean, this type of color palette kind of existed for people that were accessing BIOS on composite monitors. So I forgot to put the disk in the drive. Or that disk is non-bootable. That either or. Yeah, that disk might not actually be bootable. Let me try the other. I've got like 4 copies of this version of NetWare. Okay, hold on. I gotta figure out which one of these disks is bootable and which ones are not. So let's go to full screen. I mean, I even have the version of this I dumped myself. So let's see here. 312. Let's see here. Basically, I'm trying to find the one that can be booted. So, doesn't say this is a bootable image, but let me... Why is this being like this? Let me see if it's got the DRDAW's boot files on it. User. So I look at this, and there is a command.com. So this system 1 disk should be bootable. So why isn't it? System 1. Like, you should be a bootable floppy disk. I'll control delete. Oh, you know what? It's probably trying to boot off the hard drive first. That's the default in AMI BIOSes. Yep, that was actually the problem. And I should fix the floppy disks because it was pointed out to me. Alright. Yeah, BIOS boot order. There we go. Loading. And then we should get digital device. Yep, DR DAWs. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this by the book. So according to the book, that's the wrong book. Let's get the other book. You know, do you think that there was someone at Novell who would think that in 20 years' time, someone would be live streaming this for entertainment? I mean, crap. The stuff I did at Canonical could end up in a retro live stream in another 10 years. So, in-place upgrade. Let's go to step 1. I didn't run bind fix, but you know, I'm skipping all these steps of where you're supposed to do important stuff. So let's go right here where it says run server. Okay, which I should have known. Okay. For the license disk for 411, I don't even know where you'd find it. So, overflow. They show up on eBay all the time, so I'm not sure why. So it wouldn't be that hard to find it. So, okay. We're at the NetWare admin console. So the next step to run, now that we're here, we need to load ISODisk. Oh, right. I have to find ISODisk. It's probably... Let's see here. Which disk is it on? I remember this step because I had to do this with NetWare free. I think it's on System 2. All right. No, it's probably on System 3. It's got to be here somewhere. No, apparently it's actually on this. So hold on. Load a isodisk.mln. You know, one of these days I'll learn how to type. I don't know when, but I will learn. Okay, so now we should have hard drive. So now that we've booted, the next step is... I don't need to load the LAN driver. Load 2X upgrade. In-place upgrade. Well, that's an interesting message. This utility upgrades a NetWare 2.0 file system to a NetWare 3.1 file system. After running this utility, format the new DOS partition and then load the install NLM to place the new operating system files on sys. Warning, warning, warning. You could lose all your data on your server if there's a hardware failure during the upgrade. Make sure that you have a recent backup of your data. If your NetWare 2.0 server has IDE hard drives, check the warning in the README file. Where the hell's the README file? I haven't seen a README file. Okay, I'm gonna. You know, we do have a recent backup of the hard drive. This is probably a horrible idea, except there's no production data here. Phase 1, system analysis. Inventories each disk and each volume. So does also ensures the system has enough memory and free space to complete the operation. Disk 2 analysis. Each disk is analyzed. An image of the new NetWare 3.1 disk is built and stored in memory. Non-destructive. Okay. So phase 3 is where it goes all the shit, and then phase 4 is it also goes all the shit. Okay. So I pressed a key to continue. Is it doing anything? There we go. Okay. This utility can create space for a DOS partition at the beginning of the drive. Yes. So let's create a 10 megabyte partition. Okay. Oh, The file dirstamp.sys cannot be found. The directory entry table is either corrupt or it's a version of NetWare not supported. The in-place upgrade process is now being aborted. Well, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Why is that a problem? It's either corrupt or it's from a version of... Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's see here. I'm looking at the install steps to see if I missed something. The directory entry table is either corrupt or it's from a version of NetWare not supported by this upgrade program. And we get kicked back out. Yeah, I'm curious if it's a problem with that version of NetWare or if I did something wrong. Let's see here. I mean, we've run vRepair quite a few times on this hard drive. Although, granted, we haven't run vRepair since we did the previous upgrade, so... Alright, change disk. Although, actually, we should be able to use drDAWs for this step. So, let me just run vRepair. So, let's run all the steps through here and just see if it makes a difference. I don't think it will. And we could also go back to NetWare, NetWare 215 and try that again, because I'm a little curious on how it works. But so let's see if we can actually start the operating system up. That's fine. So put the shell disk in. Net free. So the first thing it's telling me to do is run bindfex. What? Attention system administrator. Thank you for purchasing NetWare. What? Why am I getting a registration screen now? That wasn't there before. Okay, apparently that was just the thing that was there that it randomly asks supervisor to... You all saw that. That actually happened. Alright, let's run bindfex. So, how do I run bindfex? Run config. Okay. I don't see how you run bindfex. Oh, there it is, bindfex. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right, so binary check complete. Everything's happy. All right, so now we need to down the server. Oh, you know what? It might be having a problem. It may be having a problem because this is a non-dedicated server. In fact, that might in fact be why it can't do the in-place upgrade. We could convert it to an upgrade to a dedicated server. Okay. Disable login. Clear station 1. Down. I mean, it might honestly be throwing a fit because this is a non-dedicated server. But let's run through the entire... Let's run through all the steps. This is easy enough to test. So, let's do it. Okay, so drive B, we need the system 2 vRepair. Ah, frig, where is vRepair? It's on system 1. There's only so many disks it can be on. B. Hold on. I will notice that DIR is a lot faster now that we're on a 486. There we go. Ooh. Ooh, it ab-ended. You know you're in trouble when the, when there's too much memory. That's what that means. There's too many segments in the global descriptor table, and so it had to fit. Let's go down to 8 megabytes of memory. You know it's all gone badly when yeah, I downloaded too much RAM. That's my bad. Let's try that again. All right, V repair. No, we will test for bad blocks. We don't want to recover. Yes. Okay. Let's see if that does the trick. It is possible that's why, so we're going to let it just run the whole thing. But I suspect part of it is it just doesn't want to be upgraded from a non-dedicated server. If I ever can fix the networking, I think I want to do a proper video on this, because this glorious train wreck that is NetWare, Advanced NetWare 2.0 should be documented. Like, it should be properly documented and preserved for things. So let's let it run its bad blocks check. It can't. How long could it take? Like, why am I tempting fate here? There's nothing good will come from tempting fate. Like, I should know better. I really should know better. The manual does not say if non-dedicated servers. I can convert it to a dedicated server. It just, I won't have the console if I do that, which is irritating, but not the end of the world. I just have to relink the operating system and install it. The bar is moving. I mean, we see the little dots going. I mean, I'm getting... Let's see here. Wow, we've been going for 5.25 hours. So fingers crossed that everything works. Like, really hoping everything works. Okay, mirror. There we go. Oh, it found errors. It found errors. Abandon error report. I don't actually care about your errors. I just want you to be happy. Okay. Make corrections permanent. Yes. Okay, V repair complete. So, let's see if it's less broken. I have my doubts, but it's worth trying. Okay. So, server's loading. Okay. Let's see here. Load ISODisk. Load 2x2 upgrade. That's not the right command. 2x. Frig, what is it? What is the correct command here? Load. There we go. In place upgrade. Okay, we have a recent backup. Let's give it a 10 megabyte partition. Okay. No, it doesn't like it. Still does not like it. The file dir stamps could not be found. Dir stamp. I Google it and so apparently that was it's a system file that no. Okay. I'm going to try one other thing. I'm going to try rolling the system back to the previous upgrade. Back to the original image that we were using, the 215. Mostly because I'm slightly curious at this point if it's that version of NetWare it doesn't like or if it's something else. So, okay. Copy, good, go, yes. All right, let's try this again. Otherwise, I'm just going to, I think that'll be a good place to stop it. So. All right, fingers crossed. Fingers really, really crossed. I don't think it's on the it's not on the upgrade disk that it's complaining. I'll turn when we get to that point again, I'll show what it's saying. Okay. Here, let me turn my head off. That sounded really wrong. Okay. So, I have a recent backup. I want to leave 10 megabytes free. Yeah, see, the directory entry table is either corrupt or it's from a version of NetWare not supported by this upgrade program. The upgrade oh, you know what? I should probably switch it to a dedicated server, but hold on, dedicated, non-dedicated. Okay, there's no search for it in the manual. The thing is that, I mean, I could install useful stuff on it, but I don't have any add-on software for NetWare 286. Even as far as add-on software goes, there's limits to how useful some of the add-on software is. I mean, we could try Oracle at some point. Do you have Trustee? I don't know if I set any trustees, but there would be a default one, wouldn't there? We've been at it for 5 hours, so I'm starting to think this is a good time to start wrapping it up. So let me give the obligatory plugs while I figure out what we're doing next. If you enjoyed this content, really give me a like, give me a subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, consider becoming a Patreon. And while I'm still in chat, you can also use Super Chat to support the channel financially. Okay, so there's the standard plug. Now, while I consider the next thing, let's see here, I was just checking stream notifications. I am thinking at this point. Oh wow! So Omer. Greetings from the United States. It's amazing to think that you're currently in Pakistan watching my stream. It sort of blows my mind. It's one of those countries that I actually have wanted to visit. It's just kind of hard for Americans to get a visa, and that was before the pandemic happened, so. I am thinking, let's just flip through the manual. Let me see if we can figure out what is going on here. So, disk modification, it's non-destructive. Does it say anything actually useful here? .286. Oh, you know, I just noticed this. The in-place upgrade does not transfer user passwords to the free one bindery. Wow, that is a miserable upgrade process. So basically, you upgrade and all your users' passwords get reset. I mean, I'm pretty sure what Novell text at this point would say is use the migration utility. So it doesn't really talk about the in-place upgrade requirements. I mean, if we scroll all the way back up to the checklist, let's look at the requirements. Okay, this is still using the migration utility. Upgrade for your migration. So, let's see here. Destination server. There's a lot they say about migration. It really repeats itself like 6 times. Okay. So, upgrading. In-place upgrade. You just need the one server. You need a 386 or higher processor. If upgrade fails, you have to restore data from your 2.1 data backup. Yeah, so because there's basically 3 ways to do it. Is you can do across the wire migration, same server migration is on the same hardware. Let's see here. Doesn't migrate data files. So a same server migration. I mean, it doesn't even, here we go. Updates the server. I mean, it doesn't even really explain what it does. I guess you format. Yeah, actually, so you download the bindery, you download the data files to the workstation, and I'm guessing you blow away the server and then reinstall it. I mean, I guess that has uses, but I feel like most workstations wouldn't have enough space to even hold that type of backup. Although I guess they're showing it being backed up to a tape backup device. So that really isn't... That's basically a format and reinstall solution. Which isn't great. So let's look at the in-place upgrade. This talks about how it's done. Talks about in-place stuff. Modified. Talks about upgrading the bindery. Yeah, it really doesn't seem to have anything all that useful there. Same server migration. So yeah, the only way I could do the upgrade at this point is to dump the bindery and then reload it. Because if you look at the same server migration, is you use the migrate option, you can read the data. And this has to be run from a workstation that is at all. And yeah, it doesn't talk about non-dedicated at all. I mean, as far as I understand it, the only difference between dedicated and non-dedicated is how the NetWare kernel is loaded into memory. But it should not change the on-disk structures. So I think at this point, I can't take this any further. Without working network, I can't do a same server migration. I can't even dump the bindery properly. I mean, I guess I could do it from the non-dedicated console. I guess. Maybe. So the The reason for the the NetWare 2.0 manual actually talks about dedicated versus non-dedicated pretty extensively. And it actually recommends against non-dedicated. Let me see if I can find where it talks about this. The main reason that non-dedicated exists is because at the time that this version of NetWare was prevalent, that is 2.15, having a spare computer for the system administrator was probably too high of a cost. By the time NetWare 3.0 rolled around, that was not the same concern. And I'm guessing there was quite a bit of indigestion to make that work. Although technically NetWare 3.0 can still talk to DAWs. Like it will func to DAWs and use int21 services to talk to the CD-ROM drive or other devices installed. Which actually becomes very relevant when you're installing updates on the server, which I've kind of found the hard way. So, yeah. So, I mean, I'm scrolling through here. Let me see where this talks about dedicated versus non-dedicated. Yeah, see. The dedicated operating system will run on most AT compatible. Here it is. In non-dedicated operating system, access to the microprocessor must be shared by the workstation and network operations. It slows everything down. If you're using a non-dedicated file server, you could encounter no problem. Yeah, basically it talks about all sorts of problems that can happen because DAWs really isn't designed to multitask, especially on a 286. But it really talks about cost considerations it really is trying to convince people that thou shalt not do non-dedicated if you have any sort of choice. So I've always gotten the sense that non-dedicated was a thing that was required by market. As far as I know, NetWare 2.0a did not have non-dedicated. I think it was new or new-ish for 2.15. But there's no complete dumps of the older versions of NetWare, so there's no way to know for sure. Yeah, because if I install NetWare 2.0 right here, it is drastically different to anything we've seen. Yeah. I mean, for all I know, it existed as a development thing because Novell in the late 80s was still a pretty tiny company. I mean, it wasn't until later that they became the 10 million pound Godzilla that they became. So, I mean, I could entirely see non-dedicated being something that they supported in-house so to make their lives slightly easier. I mean, it's sort of like how NT was developed on top of OS2 at the beginning, instead of developing it on top of DAWs. So, I think that's as far as I can take this. But I think, this is a topic I'd be happy to come back to later. So, well, yeah. Well, okay, so a couple of topics come up. So they did buy Digital Research. So they would have had multi-user and DAWs MP. But again, we're talking about the 386 here. And by the time the 386 and NetWare 386 was prevalent, the need to save one computer would be a lot less. Because think about it like this. When the AT first came out, that was $2,000, $3,000 in 1980s money. That's a lot of money. By the time the mid-90s came around, computers could be bought for a few hundred dollars. Like a Packard Bell was not an expensive purchase. That you put in the corner, you put a network card in, and boom, the network administrator now has their own computer. So the economics of it drastically changed because this version of NetWare you would expect to install on a 5160 or not 5160, a 5170 or a Model 50. I mean, it explicitly named the Model 50 in the manual. So it really was a fairly large cost thing. I mean the cost was fairly large because NetWare was really trying to tackle the small business angle. It was basically one of their stronger things because IBM's products were dramatically overkill. NetWare really flourished in shops that didn't have a mainframe. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm scrolling through this and I'm not seeing anything useful. Yeah, I remember. Was that Model 50? I thought that was a Model 80. Was that the gigantic one that he turns on and it sounds like it's going to fly away? So, I would love to see LGR do some network stuff. I mean, he's got a ridiculous collection of token ring cards that he showed in a blurb. It's like, you could have so much fun with that. But what LGR does and what I do for fun are two very different things. Oh, the XT286? I didn't realize that was used as a file server. I thought it was being used in conjunction with a file server. I remember that one. Rosie McGowan, LGR had a PS2 Motherload video where he had a ridiculous number of PS2 machines. So, yeah. So, here's what I want to do. So, we're just going to go to just chatting for a bit, and then I think we're going to wrap up the stream. The biggest reason I haven't done diskless Windows 95 is that you need to do RPL for it. And the problem with RPL is finding the blasted firmware. Now, I have a solution to that, but where is it? If you've watched my earlier videos, you know I have the ThinkPad 380D. Chat, do you know what this is? And camera, please not be blurry. This PCM CIA card is compatible with the ThinkPad 380D's onboard RPL. So if I put this card in the ThinkPad can boot from the network, which means I could run Windows 95 over the network. And it's even more cursed because it has a UTP connector, or just basically Cat5. And I have a working token ring MAU. But I only have the one card. So to make it work, I need a second card that I can put on in a NetWare server or on LANman. And then we could do diskless 95. You know, like true, hey ma, look, no hard drive. Because the last time I see here. The last time I did diskless NetWare, because I have the video on that, it was all emulated Ethernet, and God knows there was a lot of horrible things going on with that. So this time I want to do it with real hardware and with real pain and suffering. You know, just the way it was intended to be. And yes, we could do NetBoot OS 2. I actually forgot that was a thing. Why is that a thing? I mean, hold on. I have it sitting right here on the desk. NetWare requester for OS 2. Complete with the instructions of how you do that. Installing remote workstation support. Do you have a create the RPL here, hold on. Let me pan this down so you can see me actually reading, because I am actually reading that from this. Create the RPL username and account on each server that will remote boot Boot remote workstations. On the workstation with the requester install, open the Novell group icon on the desktop. And I gotta tell you, if you've never seen it, and I just realized this is probably too low, the NetWare client for OS2 is probably one of the more cursed things I've loaded up. I haven't done it on a video or stream, but it's horrifying. But yes, it is actually a graphical thing. Like the NetWare client for OS2 has a UI, unlike the DAWs version. Yeah, the problem with doing diskless DAWs in OS2 has never been the server side. It's all been finding an RPL firmware, because there's only about 4 of them dumped. One is for the PC Net card, which there are known bugs in that card that make it not work. There isn't even there's I think there's one for the actual NE10 Intel Ether Express card. But, then you have to get through the trouble of getting it burned onto a ROM. And then on top of that, there are so many things that can go wrong. And while I have very choice feelings about IBM, the fact is that token ring stuff will probably work correctly. The requester will work with all versions of NetWare. This will work with the ancient versions of NetWare if I have to. It's just all dependent on frame type. But yeah, I mean, this is the instruction. This instruction manual is interesting. Like, it literally talks about, this is an icon. You double click this. Like, they literally wrote this manual for someone who has only ever used DAWs and has no idea what a UI is. Like, I should probably scan this, because when is this manual from? This is copyright page. I know the discs are from 92, but I don't know when this manual was printed. I don't think it says. I don't even see a copyright notice on it. Oh, here we go. Copyright 1992 Novell Inc. Provo, yeah, first edition. So March 1992, which meant that this version of the NetWare requester was for OS2 2.0, and actually limited edition. I don't think it was for the full release. But this talks about creating the config.sys for RPL booting. I mean, I don't know how well the diagrams are showing up on camera, but do we just want to do an entire stream where I read computer manuals? Like, I've got the Banyan Vines programming manual sitting right there on the bookshelf. It's like securing remote workstations. To make it easier to assign rights and characteristics to remote users, set up a group and assign all remote users, including username RPL, to use it. For the greatest security, assign and revoke rights to remote users on each server as follows. In the sys RPL2 directory, grant all rights except supervisory and access control to all remote users or to the groups in which all remote users belong. In the users subdirectory, revoke all the rights to all remote users or from the group where all remote users belong. Like, I feel like that should be the 10K special or the Patreon funding goal. NCommander reads NetWare manuals dramatically. Like, for instance, do you want to hear about... So, does the chat want to hear about configuring the requester for remote workstations? Or do you want using the NetWare requester with extended services or LAN services? For which in turn talks about IBM Extended Services, ES, or LAN services. And if you have these things, you should complete all the things in this chapter. And it's a long chapter. This is coexistence with IBM's network shit. And trust me, IBM had network shit. IBM had a lot of network shit. I like how it assumes that if you're using Novell NetWare sorry, IBM LAN server, you're using Token Ring, because that is probably the most true assumption I have seen in this manual. Because if you're that far in the IBM ecosystem, you probably, I don't know, you probably have blue crap. I don't know how else to describe it. You're pretty deep in. Like, I want to set up LAN IBM. So, talking about things I want to do. And chat, I might let you take some polls. So, one of the things I want to, that is not the LAN manager I thought it was. Is it NT LAN manager? Well, yeah, okay. So this is what I want to cover. Oh, hold on. It helps if I bring up the desktop. I would love to bring up OS2 LAN Manager. I would love to also bring up LAN Server, which was IBM's equivalent of that. Does it really not have a wiki page? It really doesn't have a wiki page, huh? LAN Server, there was PC LAN Program, and much. So, yeah. All right, I think at this point we should wrap it up. It's been fun, but before I do so, what should we stream next? Let's see. Let's get some ideas. LAN Manager, Solaris, Madness. Let's add some more options. More Linux. Oh. More Linux. Dramatic NetWare manual reading. I only can put 4 things in the poll. Petro, the thing is, I find this enjoyable. What happened to my poll? I just made a poll and it disappeared. Oh, there it is. There it is. Really? Solaris is winning out over Linux? What the hell? Why is Solaris winning out over Linux? You know, I only do it to myself. I really am the only one to blame here. Okay. Fine, fine. You know what? I'm going to give you guys a special sneak peek. I'm going to give you guys a special sneak peek of the next video. Because we're going to run the VM with it. Because it is going to Plaid. I know I'm procrastinating on shutting down the stream, but we are going to the next VM. I'm going to bring it up. I just need to disable the networking, because if I let the networking come up, it will actually kick me offline. Okay. Alright, so VM view. And then let me switch the VM window. Okay. The VM window is oddly shaped because, of course, this is not at a same resolution. This may not look the best on camera. So boot disk A. No, it's just boot. All right, I'm just going to park that to the left and shrink myself down. Yeah, it's not going to look the best on camera because I didn't spend the last 3 hours futzing with this like I have with like half the other stuff. Okay. Yes. So this is what I've been working on for the last week or so. I've had, like I said, I was away from my desk for about a week. But you might notice YP-serve actually booting up. Word 5.0 was for Xenix. I haven't been able to figure out how to beat its copy protection. So this is actually open source. This is free software, open BIOS. Like, this is actual free and open source implementation of thing. Words. Hard. Yes. Let's see here. Yeah. So here's a question. Do you guys... Oh, hold on. I have a poll that you guys have to answer. Okay. End poll. Are we doing CDE or are we doing OpenLook? Here's a hard question for you guys. Because I like both. Okay, CDE is winning that one by a landslide. Oh no, it's like I shouldn't even be going into details here. I should just be teasing this just a little bit. It helps if I can enter my password correctly. Let's see here. I mean, if I had a copy of the disc, I could image it. So, look, gaze upon its greatness. Gaze upon the motif. I guess I should be doing this. I'm not going to do much. I'm only going to show one or two things. Like, oh, I know exactly what to show. I should show something properly cursed, especially because we've been looking at NetWare all evening. And you know what? You know what's more cursed than NetWare? Let's start with cursed thing number 1. You don't want to know how freaking painful it was to install this. Like, you don't know the 7th level of hell that this took to do this. And yes, I know OpenLook won, but... And yes, it is still loading. It is that bloated. You guys are going to make me do a stream where I install Solaris from start to finish. You'll even make me reinstall GCC because, Jesus Christ, that was one of the most miserable things I've done on commercial Unix in ages. This is both Visual Studio levels of bad combined with Cume. This is emulating a Spark Station 5, and I think it actually crashed. Like, I legit think it probably is trying to load its license daemon. There were issues with this. And those issues may become bigger issues. And there are, in fact, more cursed things I can inflict to you. Because do you know that Microsoft released products for... Let me just kill 9 this and try again. Sometimes it just crashes. You know. Give it a second go. I vaguely remember I had this problem before, and I can't remember how I fixed it. Or I broke it somewhere along the line. There is some other cursed things I have installed, like, you know. That is not the window I wanted to go in. You know, just a few things. Let's wait for this to start up. And hopefully it will just... Like, did this entire VM just go completely kaput on me? Yeah, okay, I think this entire thing broke on me when I wasn't looking. There we go. Folks, remember FrameMaker? Which is still having some lag issues. Are you kidding? I had this all working. Why is it no longer working? Am I really going to have to roll this back to a backup? Apparently... it's having license server issues. The sun is not shining. The sun is kind of cloudy at the moment. Oh, you know what happened? I installed Sun Workshop, which reinstalled FlexLM. So all the stuff I did to make this all work went away. That's what happened. I installed the compiler and I broke the DRM. Like, no, it's one license server issue because both of these are FlexLM programs in addition to Workshop. So, fortunately, I got all the video footage I need beforehand, and there are more cursed things to do. Rosie, you're not wrong. I mean, that's a pretty apt summary of the whole damn channel. So, if you guys want to see more NCommander suffering in real time, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, well, yeah, okay, so that's completely broken. Let's see if I can find something less broken. Yeah, so apparently installing Sun Studio completely fucked up my thing. Alright, fine. Fine, you know, you're gonna do this to me. Oh, you know what? We may not have FrameMaker, but I have something worse. No, just don't install Workshop because I still can't get it to work. I can't get it to solve it. I can't solve the license problem. Who knows what this is? And who knows why it's running as slow as it is? Someone knows what this is. Petro, IE for Unix is a thing. And it's a thing that will be explored. I don't have it installed. But yes, Internet Explorer for Unix is a thing. This is the sound of the chat having post-traumatic stress. And you know what we should do? We should, I wonder what we can actually load with this. Like, is there any... Let's see here. Does this support Gopher? Flood Gap... Gopher... Oh no, this won't have working internet. So, we could set up a whole bunch of Java applets. Look, the Hop Java browser has improved applet security. Yes, so this was Sun's official web browser written for Java to run Java applets in Java. And it was a pile of crap. Like, it was a legitimate pile of donkey dingus. Especially because it's not even running on the most recent Java runtime. It's running on 1.1. We've done the official... Petro, we've already done that joke. And then... Of course, oh, you know why I think FrameMaker is having problems? I think it's because we're logged in as root. Let's log in as non-root. Okay, and we can even do this under OpenLook. Yeah, so we're no longer doing NetWare. We're just kind of screwing around at this point. Okay, OpenLook is loading. I always felt that, you know, this is such an elegant UI. Even though it has some indigestion. Okay, so it's currently loading up. This is running slower than I remember it running. And yes, it's loading Hot Java. Go away, Hot Java. You're not welcome here. And then OpenLook crashed. It's probably having issues because it doesn't have the network available, so it can't look itself up. Because I had to futz with DNS to make this happy. But yeah, okay. I might have to reinstall OpenLook, or not OpenLook. Solaris. I have this horrible feeling that something hard has come to my system. Wow, look at that nice 3D effect. I like that. Quit File Manager. Shell tool. Right, and then it's about to crash again. Let's see here. Netscape. And on that bombshell, well, I mean, the Unix Haters book had an entire chapter dedicated to how horrible NFS, and a large part of that was how horrible Solaris is. Oh, I like that the homepage is sun.com. I think it's going to crash trying to reach it, but it's a nice touch. But there is something I can load with this that a lot of people familiar with Sun systems should be familiar with. Who remembers Answer Book? And yes, Sun does not have the Unix Jurassic Park file manager. That is a real thing for those who didn't know. The file manager that shows in Jurassic Park. It's on IRIX though. It's not in Solaris. Like, here's a book that we should probably never look at on this channel because, well, you know, because it's not like this isn't a thing I wouldn't do. Like, you know, like if I was to, you know, just nonchalantly open a terminal and type ypcat in, it's not like I've set up NIS. It's not like I haven't had to set this all up for a short clip in a video and deal with all the horrible things that come with setting up NIS. So, folks, if you are interested in future Sun Solaris content, please like and subscribe. My next video will, in fact, be on Sun Solaris. There are going to be regular posts in the community section and more. I mean, if we look at DaVinci Resolve, and I'm probably tempting fate because I'm going to actually try to open Resolve while I'm on stream. So hopefully my video card doesn't lock up because sometimes that is in fact a thing that happens. If we open up Resolve, I feel like I should make a second channel so I can live stream while video editing, but then you'd be able to watch my videos as I'm editing them. But you can see that we're getting pretty far, and it's going to be a very long video when it's done. So this is where the magic happens, folks. So much magic. So much wow. So much admin tool. Alright. So it's been really interesting. With Solaris on a Sunfire, you probably need to disk label it. And yeah, there was pain and suffering involved in the production of this video. Like, this was an eBay auction I shouldn't have won, and I should have known better to bid on it because I knew exactly where it was going. You know, that is possible. I've considered doing Patreon-specific streams. I was thinking about doing those on Discord as a perk. But, see, then you get into the meta of having to edit your editing videos, and then you have, you know, it starts getting meta very quickly, very fast. So let's shut it down properly because Solaris eats file systems. Anyone who's used Solaris will agree with me on that one. So you've been going, the current runtime of the channel has been
we've just cropped over to 6 hours of streaming. So any questions, now's the time to ask. Otherwise, I'm going to shut it down in the next minute or so. Any suggestions and comments would be... wow, brain has just went... yeah. My biggest problem is I don't make content fast, and there is a bit of a balancing act there. Like, I have done exclusive videos for Patreons. I make sure that, you know, everyone who supports me, I really make sure they support me. They really know that I love them for supporting me. Holy cow, I cannot speak. My apartment is probably about 90 degrees at the moment. So, yeah. I'm thinking for a future stream we're going to install Solaris, do the entire thing, explain the good, the bad, and the ugly, and enjoy the heat. So, enjoy the heat. You know, fly too close to the sun. That sun system was called Eclipse. The next one I install has to be called Icarus. I mean, it's probably the most unoriginal name for a Solaris system, but it has to be done. And then maybe at a later point we'll do Sun 3 and Sun 4. You know, we'll even install TME and News, because those are things that were real. So anyway, this is your host, N Commander. About to sign off. Going once. Going twice. Let's see here. Oh, Icarus was already taken for an Arcos distribution. Okay. Alright. Anyway. I'm going... This is N Commander signing off. Wishing you all a pleasant day. And hope to talk to you all soon. Bye-bye.